Thank you. Um, Thank you for everyone being here this evening. I am calling the law um, that the second Monday in October to be Indigenous Peoples Day. And what he actually said, because I have it right here on my screen, um, is that this official recognition is just one way we as a state can acknowledge and celebrate the contributions made by First Peoples throughout the history of this land. And I just want to thank you for allowing us to reside on these lands with you. Thank you. We want to welcome you to our meeting and thank you for attending and supporting the work of the Anchorage School District and this board. The mission of the Anchorage School District is educating all students for success in life. And at this time, I'd like to turn the mic over to our temporary student representative, Emily, and take it away.
On behalf of the school board, we would like to thank students, parents, teachers, staff, school business partners, and the entire community for your investment in our district with your time, your talent, and your tax dollars. If you are unable to be physically present for the entire meeting, you may choose to tune in to the Anchorage School District YouTube channel to watch the live stream. Recordings of the meetings are also available through the agenda and board docs.
At this time, the approval of the agenda, are there any changes or dissension to the agenda? And I have a tough time seeing that in now with Katie's big screen, but we'll work around it. Thank you. So hearing no dissension or amendments, the agenda stands as approved. Now, our favorite time of the evening, and that is our focus on staff, students, and community.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and as our board gets settled, I wanted to welcome you here to the board meeting for this, as the board president said, this special time in the meeting. My name is Dina Bishop, and several years ago, the school board wanted to make a deliberate effort in recognizing all those who make ASD great. And in that light, it is our students, especially our staff, our parents, our community members, and all of those people in our city that really support young people in their quest for an education. So we thank you, and this time is devoted to you. And each time we select some of our great folks to honor. And I'm going to give a little bit of background this evening and then call up each school that's being honored. So we are excited to announce that Chugiak, Eagle River, East and West Anchorage High Schools have received national banner recognition for their efforts in providing inclusive sports and activities for students with and without disabilities. A Special Olympics Unified Champion School has an inclusive school climate and exudes a sense of collaboration, engagement, and a respect for all members of the student body and staff. The Unified Champion School receiving national banner recognition is one that has demonstrated commitment to inclusion by meeting 10 national standards of excellence developed by a national panel of leaders from Special Olympics and the education community. I will call up each group to recognize you for your accomplishments. So first of all, Mr. Tim Helvey, please come up and assist me. And Mr. Tim Helvey is the principal of Eagle River High School with the Partners Club from Eagle River High School. Please come forward. All right. Come on up. You guys are the Wolves, is that correct? Wolves. I usually have wolves howl, but we won't do that tonight. So let me speak a little bit about this group of young people and their sponsors. Eagle Rivers Partners Club started only 4 years ago, believe it or not, as an Eagle Scout project, which won Project of the Year. The program began small with 4 to 5 students, but quickly grew to over 20. Eagle River Partners Club participates in most unified events through Special Olympics, celebrates everybody's birthday, has Friendsgiving potlucks, white elephant gift exchanges, and awards banquets. The group's favorite activity is attending Night to Shine, which is a special needs prom organized by the Tim Tebow Foundation. Peer-supported adaptive PE class is the greatest factor in maintaining this group's success. Teacher Lisa Keltzenberg strongly promotes her class, creating opportunities for student relationships to form. So we want to congratulate Eagle River High School. Woohoo! And it's always great to be first because you can model for everyone else. We do what's called pass the mic. And so if you would like to say something, we would love for you to say something. If you don't want to say anything special, if you wouldn't mind just saying your name and your grade, and then you can just pass the mic to someone else real fast. But we like to meet you and know who you are.
I'm Lily Pixley, and I'm a junior, so 11th grade, and I've had a great time being in Partners Club this year, and it's great to have people like friends and to be included.
I'm Kareth Willis, and I'm in 11th grade.
I am Jaden Arden, and I'm in 11th grade.
I'm Lisa Kelsenberg, and I'm one of the teacher sponsors.
I'm Kelly Hepner, and I'm a teacher at Eagle River High School.
Ron Snively, I'm also a teacher at high school. I just wanted to point out, too, that Lily and Karis are new Partners Club presidents. And Jaden is a secretary, newly voted in, so some awesome additions.
Yeah, Tim Helvey, proud principal, Eagle River High School. I will say that programs are only good as passionate as the people are, and these three folks here have really put a lot of passion and work into this program, and it's just another example of great things that happen in Eagle River. So, thank you.
And now we can take a little break, we'll clap, and then we're going to take a picture and then come back to this. All right? And we can have the students in front, president. All right, thank you so much. And now, please come forward, Principal Megan Hatswell, Principal of the Chugach High Partners Club, Chugach Mustangs. And will our young Mustangs please come forward? All right. Principal Megan Hatswell said, at Chugach we live inclusive practices. We love to see students connect across all abilities and practice social skills. The Chugach Partners Club has a unified rec, games, PE class that promotes peer relationships and allows students to learn about modified athletics such as scooter soccer, sit volleyball, floor hockey, and unified track. Last year at the Special Olympics annual bowling tournament, Chugach won the Spirit Award, which reflects the students' body's enthusiasm. Can we see a little bit about that? Yeah, there you go. Yeehaw. Last year at the Special Olympics, at the heart of Chugach's mission statement is to enhance community, and the Partners Club certainly does this, says Megan Hatswell. Thank you. And pass the mic. You guys ready? Congratulations, Chugach Mustangs.
Thank you. I know I'm Michael. I'm a junior. I in Barnes Cup a long time, so I help get our Spirit Award.
My name is Rivers Ducharme. I'm in 12th grade. I've been in Partners Club for 4 years, and we have such a tight-knit group of people, and it's so great, and we have so much fun, and it's included a lot of different kind of people in our community and made a big difference as a whole. So,
I'm Josie Schultz. I am an adaptive physical education teacher. I'm Nicole Smith, Special Education, and one of the things that I think has been so important with our Partners Club group has been their example of inclusion and their ability to just enjoy each other's company and strengthen our community, which has been one of our pillars that we've adopted as one of our mission statements, and they've done a really great job just setting that stage for us.
And on that note, we have a lot of people in the audience who aren't necessarily Partners Club members but came to support our inclusive community. So if you're a Chugiak High School student, please stand. There, you guys do just the same to help us with that. So if you guys want to come up, be a part of it with us, we're one community.
And my name is Sonia Grasse, and I have the privilege of being Michael's teacher, and it's been wonderful. And also, just being part of Partners Club and being a Mustang is wonderful. So thank you.
I'm not okay. My name is Janessa Levanti, and I'm a senior, and I love watching what Partners Club does for our school. I think it's really awesome.
I'm Caleb Latier. I'm a senior, and last track season I really enjoyed running with some of the kids and helping them during their unified races, and it was a blast.
I'm Cody Carlson, and I'm a senior.
Hey, I'm Ted Nichols, and I'm also a senior, and I just like to say that what the Partners Club is doing is really incredible. So.
I'm Colin Caldwell, and I'm also a senior, and I just love how Partners Club really helps our community and our school, and makes everyone feel included as part of the Mustang family.
I'm Gabriel Betson, and I'm a senior. I'm Gabriel Betson. I'm a senior at Chugiak. So, yeah.
My name is Matthew Biggs, and I'm a senior at Chugiak.
I'm Logan Dennis. I'm also a senior at Chugiak.
I'm Justin Neal. I'm a senior at Chugiak, and Partners Club is really doing a great thing for the community.
I'm a Paulette Ditzler. I'm a teacher at Chugiak, but I'm a dual winner because my third child is the third president of Partners Club. And it's done great things for my kids, my personal kids, the kids in the school. It's just awesome. I wish you all could have been at the bowling tournament when we won the Spirit Award.
Well, Chugiak Mustangs, let's take a picture. And I think, Michael, should we do the dab since it was the Spirit Award? All right. We all have to dab. Isn't that what it's called? Okay. I was like, what? I know how to stretch it out, though, for it. Okay. Stretch it out. Take it easy. Show them the pictures over here, man. And now our next school will please come forward. Principal, Mr. Spinella. Sam Spinella, are you in the house? There he is. All right. And East High School. East. And they came in uniform. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the East High Partners Club began during the 1997-98 school year, paving the way for inclusion in their school for more than 20 years. The club began by participating in skiing and bowling and started to grow in numbers. Working with Kaladi Brothers for both training and equipment, the Partners Club started their coffee shop, which not only delivered to teachers but supported the club's efforts to include all students. We won't tell our nutrition services folks. We don't give caffeine to anybody. Over the years, it's all decaffeinated coffee for the students. Over the years, the club sponsored a highly effective school-wide End the R Word campaign, which actually made, I believe, the statewide news. The Partners Club has become a vital part of East High Thunderbirds and the inclusive environment in the entire school. Congratulations, East High Thunderbirds.
Thank you. I'm Sam Spinell, the principal. I'm very proud of what our students and teachers have been able to do with the Partners Club. East High is recognized as one of the it is the most diverse high school in the United States, and it does involve the inclusion of all and many diverse activities and involvement of people. Our students in Partners Club is a demonstration of that, and the way our students have embraced each other in this is makes me very proud to be an East High principal.
Hi, I'm Mary Thomas. I'm a Life Skills 1 teacher.
My name's Brittany White, and I'm doing my internship in the Life Skills classroom.
And I'm Liz Rader, and I've been a TA for I think 12 years now. And I run the coffee shop. So thanks for not telling.
Caffeinated coffee is staff only. My name is Sarah Heck. I'm a teacher sponsor with Partners Club, and watch out, Chugiak will have our students here in larger numbers to get that Spirit Award back from bowling that you took from us from the year before.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations and thank you, East High School. Let's go get a picture. And ladies, our last school being honored this evening are the West High School Eagles. Please come forward. This is Principal Mr. Gustafson. Fozzie could come as well if you wanted. Mark, do you want Fozzie? Do you want to say something first? No? Yeah, we want Fozzie. You're already good for the mic, huh? All right, Mark, we're going to dually do this, all right? So pipe in when you're ready. This year, we celebrate West High School for their diligent work in inclusivity, earning them the place on the 2019 ESPN Honor Roll as the top 34 Special Olympics Unified Champions school and making them the second school in Alaska to obtain the title. So of all the high schools in the United States, there are 34 who have received this ESPN award, and West High is the second in the state of Alaska, followed by another ASD school, but we, out of 34, West High received this award. It's quite an honor. West High has had their Partners Club for 15 years. Go ahead and clap for that. Woohoo! Right, Mark? Is it good? Yes, awesome. Students in the club participated in many activities including skiing, snowboarding, and basketball. They took first place at the state bowling tournament last year, a favorite event for the club. And the West High Partners Club includes about 50 students. The club meets once per week, and also students meet frequently for lunch. Congratulations, West High Eagles. This is the top award in the United States. Woo! All right. Are you done? All right, so this is Mark, and that's Fozzie down there. And what grade are you in, Mark? Senior. Oh, my goodness. This is awesome, Mark. So we're going to pass the mic, and you can introduce yourself and say your grade if you'd like, and something about your school that you like if you want.
You want to say something?
want to say something now? Sure. Okay, we can pass the mic. You want to say anything? No? Okay.
My name's Amelia Burke and I'm in 2nd grade.
Say your name's Danny. Okay. Danny. This is Danny, and Danny is a senior, also in the ACT program, and participates in all the Partners Club. Good job. Pass the mic, buddy. Pass the mic. There you go.
Hi, I'm Valerie Broody. I'm also a senior, and I've been part of Partners Club for 4 years, and it's very fun.
I'm Ellie Alderman. I'm also a senior. I've been in Partners Club for 4 years, and my favorite part about school is Partners Club.
My name is Morgan Caniglio. I am one out of the 5 presidents that we have for Partners Club. It's a mix of life skills students and partners. And my favorite part about Partners Club is being able to interact with kids in school that you normally don't get to see in your classes. Like today, I got a handshake from Chris, who's in one of the life skills classes, and then Lorenzo was also doing something like in the hallway. He had to go to the library and print something out, and I happened to be going at the bathroom, and he just yells, "Hey Morgan, come check this out!" And I just thought it was really awesome that I'm a part of their lives now, so when they see me, they smile. So, Josh.
My name is Joshua. I'm a 10th grader at West. My favorite part is winning bowling.
I'm Temperance Tinker Case. I'm a teacher sponsor of Partners Club, and I also have the youngest eaglet partner here. Want to say hi? She didn't like it.
And I'm Sven Gustafson. I'm the principal at West. And one thing that they didn't put into our thing is that we do also have the coffee thing. And the first thing every staff member sees every morning is these kids helping with the coffee shop and coming and delivering and actually going into classrooms all throughout the whole building. And last year I got to actually go on a field trip with them to the movies where all the life skills programs were, so that was pretty cool too.
Can you tell me what the difference is with the ESPN award? Why were you honored?
I'm going to let Caleb, the life skills teacher, tell you that.
Hi, my name is Caleb Kuhn. I'm one of the life skills teachers at West, and also one of the supporters of Partners Club. So we were nominated from Special Olympics, and there was an application period, and we kind of went forward with it, and apparently it went a lot further than I expected. Went nationally, and it somehow ended up in ESPN's hands, and they selected the top 30 schools in the nation. And we were recognized as one of the top 30 schools in the nation for inclusiveness with our Partners Club program. But just a little bit about Partners Club for some of you who aren't involved or don't know anything about it, especially our little kids in the back, the young ones. When you guys get older, when you get into high school and middle school, get involved in Partners Club. It's a great opportunity for you to provide additional support for some of those that may need that. Get involved in activities, sports, and just a good way to be involved with your school. And then when you go to college, it looks really, really good on a resume. So I highly recommend it. So great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I want to they will be recognized nationally. The Shrivers especially make videos of their schools. And so as we go to conferences around the United States, West High will be honored as an ESPN school. And we're going to take a picture, but before we take a picture, I want to say thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, students, partners, schools. Thank you. And you have to do this. We do the Tony the Tiger. Thanks for making ASD great. At the count of 3, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for making ASD great. Thank you very much this evening. Thank you. Good job, Mark. There you go, get a picture.
If I could have everyone take your seats, we need to look to see if we're over capacity. So if there is a chair, if you could find that chair and sit in it so we can take a look at the room, please. And thank you for waiting so patiently out in the hall. We really appreciated that. Thank you. Are we good? Okay. All right, I got the thumbs up. So at this time, yeah, I'm looking. We have our reports, and our first report is our military report with Lieutenant Colonel Ben Dainty. Welcome, sir.
Looks like I'm on.
Yay.
All right. Well, good evening. Wanted to start out by saying that we have been partnering with ASD to expand the process by which ASD employees request and receive their base access passes. We've had several meetings with both ASD folks and the base access to discuss the requirements. We've also made a couple changes that provide some more flexibility and opportunities for the principals and teachers on JBAR to get a little more rapid folks into base access. As part of this development, we actually had a training session 2 weeks ago where we brought in over 20 ASD personnel. We hosted them at Aurora Elementary School. We had the base access folks come out and train them on the process for submitting people to get base access, so they know that process and how that works. So we're hoping this will enhance not only ASD's ability to quickly get people on base for substitute teachers, or if there's contractors that need to get on to fix something. Hopefully this will be a quicker process where the ASD folks will be able to get those people on and also make the workload a little bit less for the folks in base access. So this has been kind of a good thing for us and for ASD, and I'm hoping we'll be able to get this process nailed down and really effective and save both people time and meet your requirements.
Thank you.
On Thursday, this upcoming Thursday, all 4 of the J-Bear elementary schools are going to be participating in the Red Ribbon Campaign. They're going to have a parade, and then they'll stand in formations to spell out this year's theme, which is Send a Message, Stay Drug Free. So the students are always excited to see the Army helicopter as it comes over to take the aerial photo. That usually gets them pretty excited, and I think that's going to continue to be the highlight for the day. So the Army's Alcohol and Drug Abuse Prevention and Treatment Office has once again led the planning for this event, and we're expecting another great turnout. All we need is a rain-free afternoon on Thursday. So if we get that, we'll be good to go. Finally, I'd like to recognize once again the Aurora Elementary School for winning their 2nd Blue Ribbon Award. And this is a direct result of the excellent teachers and support staff that empower those students to achieve these amazing goals. So I'd like to thank ASD for their continued support and devotion to our JBAR families, which make all of this possible. So that's all I have for this evening. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Does the board have any questions or comments for Colonel Dainty? Just thank you always for your service, and thank you for being here.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
And now we have our student advisory report.
Okay, so a quick couple things. Just wanted, we're starting sort of a committee to help with the strategic planning, and then also to help with the You Are Not Alone program in our schools. And then as well as those things, we're talking about what we can do for community service, giving back to the community, and then we're starting to see if it's possible to have an ABOS this year, which is the Alaska Battles of School Spirit. So that'll be a fun event that we're going to try and put on for our high schoolers. Our big news is that we had our elections at this past meeting. So I just wanted to quickly introduce, we have a new e-board. Haley Rose is the vice president. Lauren McCabe is the secretary. Archie Rook is the parliamentarian. Braylon Rogers is our public relations officer. Kalina Spencer, or Via Spencer, is our middle school representative. And then Brooklyn Stock is the student representative elect. And then I'd like to invite up Sophia Holder, who is our new student representative to the school board. So I'm gonna actually have you come up here, and I'm gonna go back out there. November 12th is our next meeting. You guys are always welcome to come. We're at King Tech. So I'm gonna take. I'm gonna take my stuff. Hello, everyone. My name is Sophia Maria Holder. I am a 9th grader at Polaris K-12. And this year, I'm really excited to represent the student body, speak up to address our concerns whenever possible, and pursue our goals as best I can.
Thank you and welcome. Okay, thank you, Sophie. We look forward to having you here at every school board meeting and hearing your comments shared with us. We now have our committee reports. Ms. Michaelis, I know we just had a finance meeting.
The Finance Committee just met. We talked about two things. We had a fee waiver audit by the municipality, and we also talked about the upcoming process for discussing this next year's budget process as well. And so hopefully the community will keep an eye on all the good things that are coming out.
Communications.
Yes, Madam Chair. Communications Committee met on October 8th. We talked about, we discussed our community updates for the community council meetings. Those are flyers that we try to take to those meetings. We also talked about the legislative luncheon and the date for that. And I think Star's gonna, you want me to give the date now, or?
Yeah, if you want to give an update on that after you finish communications,
Okay.
you can.
So we talked about the luncheon and how we were going to coordinate that through the Anchorage caucus co-chairs. We talked about inviting our legislators to visit our school buildings, meaning the board members each invite their legislators to visit. And we talked about our strategic planning process and the dates for the community involvement, communicating those dates out to the public. And so, that's pretty much the end of the communications discussion. But the President Starr and Marcette and myself met with Zach Fields and who was it? Sarah Rasmussen. So we have a date for our luncheon, which will be held down at the LIO office on December 11th. So we will be moving forward with the planning on that. Thank you.
Thank you. What was encouraging is we recommended a certain time and they wanted a longer time to be with us. So hopefully that's good. I'm going to think positive. Miss Hildy. Pardon? I was going to do governance.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, I was ill, but President Starr actually sat in and chaired for me. I think that's a great term, by the way.
Yeah.
And I can review what you did. I attended telephonically so as not to infect the entire committee. But the review of board policies was put off. I think a lot of non-controversial language changes, just making things more clear and precise, not really any great changes to policy in teleconferences, volunteer assistance, nutrition, and our tobacco, alcohol, and drug-free campus policies are going to be updated to reflect the emergence of vaping, but the administration will bring back proposed language to us. On the business that we won't be acting on, you'll see items from the previous governance committee meeting that are up for first reading tonight. So there is a little bit of policy change in there.
Okay, thank you. And Miss Hildy, if you could give us a report on your ad hoc committee.
Thank you. Yeah, the ad hoc committee to assist the Aquarian APC in their facilities planning met last Friday, and it was a very productive meeting. We went over a kind of a wide net of possible ways forward for their APC, and really good discussion on the constraints to some of those paths forward and broader considerations. So the next plan, they're taking that back to their community and going to talk about what's possible and what works for them within those constraints. We'll meet again on October 22nd at 3 p.m. and we should, I am hopeful that we'll be able to come back to the board with a recommendation on what they think will work best for their school.
Okay, great, thank you. Steering committee, we haven't had another committee meeting since our last board meeting, but we are scheduled to have one tomorrow from 12 to 1. The public is invited to listen if they'd like. We'll be talking and reviewing the survey that we'll be sending out. We'll also be looking at some broad questions that we'll be asking community members in their feedback on what we want to see or what they want to see, not necessarily what we want to see, but what they would like to see in a high school graduate. And talking about the next step will be training our facilitators and setting up those community meetings.
Madam President,
Yes.
May I clarify that that's the new strategic plan steering
Yes,
committee?
sorry, yes, thank you. I've been up since 4:30. So at this time, this is where we start our public testimony, and I just have a statement to read and then some comments. And the board welcomes public comment on non-agenda and non-action items. We value public comment as it ensures that we remain aware of public thoughts, ideas, and concerns, and informs our decision-making process. This is a 1-hour time slot at the beginning of the meeting. Testimony in excess of 1 hour will be heard at the end of the meeting or can be submitted in writing. We have a table front and center with the microphones available for testimony, and when I call your name, you will have 3 minutes to testify, and you may begin speaking when the timer appears on your left and begins a countdown. When you have 30 seconds left, the number will turn yellow, and when the timer reaches 0, please finish your sentence. And I'm going to be pretty stringent with that because we have so many people here to testify. I'd like to give everybody as much opportunity to testify within the first hour, so I would appreciate it if you could observe that 3-minute rule. Thank you. And in order to provide equity to all that would like to speak, the board asks that there be no clapping after testimony, as it may intimidate others wishing to testify with opposing views or opinions. Additionally, it's not our practice that board members answer questions or engage in discussion with members of the public. This is your time to speak and our time to listen. The board will consider all information shared by the public, and when deemed necessary, issues raised in testimony will be referred to administration for follow-up. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to call 2 individuals at once to take the seats, and as those 2 finish, I'll call up the next 2, and we'll try to do this.
It might work after one person's gone or that other person's getting ready to just call the next person.
So I've just a suggestion. So when one person finishes speaking, I will call the next person so there's a quicker time in transition. And our first speaker tonight is Representative Harriet Drummond. And Christopher Morgan, if you would come forward too, please. Welcome, Representative.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. I brought my grandson Aram with me today, who's not going to speak, but he's in the 5th grade at Aquarian, which is what this particular bit of testimony is about. As you heard, I am State Representative Harriet Drummond. I represent House District 18, which includes 5 schools in its boundaries, including Aquarian Charter. It has recently come to my attention that the Aquarian Charter Schools building is in critical need of repairs to its facility functions, such as roof, boilers, and HVAC. I've been impressed by the district's analysis of school facilities that remove the political pressure and determine the needs based on numerical analysis and ranking. However, I attended the ad hoc Aquarian meeting last week where members of the Academic Policy Committee asked why Aquarian was removed from the priority list, and they never got a response. A little history is in order here. I was elected to the first of 3 terms on the Anchorage School Board in the spring of 1994. Also on the ballot that spring was an enormous school bond issue in the neighborhood of $175 million, the largest bond Anchorage had ever put before the voters. That was a response to years of unaddressed facility needs in the Anchorage School District, neither for growth nor for repair and maintenance. That bond issue passed and allowed ASD to build badly needed structures, 2 new middle schools and 4 new elementary schools. One of the 4 new elementaries built as a result of the passage of that bond issue was a replacement for the decrepit Muldoon Elementary School, which was the twin of the building currently occupied by Aquarian. That old structure was torn down in the mid-90s and replaced with a brand new prototype elementary school, which is the model of most of Anchorage's newer elementary schools. Aquarian's current building then housed the popular Northern Lights ABC School. ASD did a great job of managing the public's money and actually had enough money left over from that 1994 bond issue to build 2 additional new elementary schools. However, the bond issue named specific schools to be built with that money, and ASD returned to the voters to ask their permission to use those remaining authorized funds to build replacement facilities for Fairview Elementary and Northern Lights ABC. The voters concurred, and those 2 new schools were built. The Northern Lights ABC School was built following a competitive design-build process, including the land. One of the sites offered was in the Northwood and Strawberry Road neighborhood, not too far from the 32nd and Minnesota location of the existing school. The other was the site selected by the board at that time at Dowling and Lake Otis. I actually voted against that site because too many West Anchorage families had committed to driving their children to the existing ABC school, and the new location east of the Seward Highway along the busy Dowling Road corridor was a nightmare to transit in those days, before Dowling Road's roundabouts were built. The year after the new ABC school opened, is that 3 minutes? I will come back and talk to you when you consider the bonds. I have a lot more to say.
I know
Thank you
do.
very
Thank
much.
You. Thank you for respecting the 3 minutes. Thank you. Now if I can have Christopher Morgan and Jenny Pollard. I see Jenny. Is Christopher here? Okay, then we will call Heidi Whalen. Is Heidi? There we go. Is Heidi here? Oh, okay. Okay, you begin, Jenna.
I don't have the history, but good evening, Superintendent Bishop, President Marcet, and school board members. My name is Jenny Pollard, and my daughter is a first grader in the Anchorage School District at Aquarian Charter School. We lotteried into Aquarian. We had high expectations of the program, given that it's one of the top programs in the state. I'm thrilled to tell you that this program and the ASD teachers at this school have exceeded our expectations. And we are so looking forward to the next 6 years of high quality education at Aquarian. However, Aquarian's facility and ASD building needs some love and care. The building needs major repairs on the roof, the HVAC system, windows, and more. I understand that in 2015, Aquarian was at the top of the district's list to be part of the school bond cycle for these capital improvements, but was dropped and has been left out since. A week ago, I had the honor of accompanying President Marcet on a tour of the facility. As we were leaving, I introduced her to my daughter. Afterwards, my daughter asked me if we saw the hole in her classroom ceiling or the places where it rained in the hallway. She asked me if her school could get fixed, and I told her yes, because the school board was working with Aquarian to fix these issues. I respectfully asked the school board to add Aquarian to this bond cycle for the needed capital improvements in this ASD building. One of our school board's values is that all schools and departments will have safe and supportive environments by supporting or providing safe facilities and ensuring respect for all. I share this value, and I ask you to align your vote to the values you describe by ensuring that ASD students and teachers at Aquarian can continue to learn and thrive in a safe building. I really thank you for your work with us, and I appreciate the time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could have Ann Thompson. And Heidi, you can begin when you see the clock.
Good evening. My name is Heidi Wayland, and I too have a first grader at Aquarian. I also have a third grader, and I'm a new member of the APC. It's no secret that Aquarian's building is feeling its age. You see it in the buckets that line the hallway on rainy days and the stains on the ceiling tiles. But it was during a meeting here on September 17th when I listened to Mr. Roth talk about the condition of our facility and the potential for a boiler failure to cause a significant disruption of potentially weeks, if not months, that I realized just how bad our facility situation was. How could a public school and an ASD facility be facing such a risk? I want to thank the school board for immediately recognizing the severity of the situation and creating an ad hoc committee to identify a solution. I'm grateful to have had the opportunity to meet with you on October 11th, and I look forward to meeting with you again on October 22nd. I'm very concerned, however, about the starting proposition that our school should be responsible for millions of dollars of overdue major capital maintenance repairs on an ASD facility. Alaska statute provides that a school district shall offer charter schools the right of first refusal to lease unused space in a school facility. This option to use excess capacity within the ASD school district is a win-win for students and taxpayers, and it's an option that has supported our program for 18 years. Like any landlord, the school district can charge a lease. However, Alaska statute says if a district chooses to require lease payments, the amount may not exceed the true operational costs. That means annual expenses like routine maintenance, utilities, and janitorial services, not major capital repairs. Alaska statute also makes it clear that grants and bonds are the appropriate funding sources for the construction and major maintenance of charter school facilities. We truly believed that if we stepped through every hoop and we waited patiently for it to be our turn, one day our time would come up and ASD would address the repairs to our building. Recently, we discovered just how much ASD's capital prioritization process has failed our students and our teachers. I'd like to end by asking you to consider two things. First, when you choose as a school board to measure fairness by looking at a chart of commercial lease payments that other charter schools pay as a guide to how much you should charge Aquarian for use of an ASD facility. And when you tell us that you'll give us a loan to pay for the capital repairs on an ASD facility, instead of looking to the Alaska statutes to be your guide, you're not looking out for the interest of our ASD students and educators. Let's be very clear. What you're asking us to do is cut our program and cut our workforce. Second, some may look at our facility and see an old building that is not worth investing in, but we strongly disagree. The value of the building is not the building itself, but the kids, teachers, program, and community that is housed for 18 years. It's our home. Aquarian community, please stand up. We're asking you tonight to correct this failure of the system and include us on this year's bond package so we can make these much needed and long overdue repairs. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could have Suzanne Peterson, please. Suzanne Peterson? Oh, go ahead and start.
Good evening. Hello, my name is Ann Thompson. Our family has 2 children currently that attend Aquarian Charter School and 1 who will hopefully attend in 2 years. Thank you for taking the time to assist Aquarian with advancing our facility repair and maintenance backlog. I believe there is a shared interest in our community that all children can and should be educated in a positive physical environment. Walking into a building with 5-gallon buckets collecting dripping water from a leaking roof is unacceptable in any Alaskan public building. This is a scenario often encountered by our children as they enter the school to learn for the day. Placing the repair and maintenance backlog of Aquarian Charter School on the upcoming school bond is the right way to bring this ASD-owned facility up to par with other community-owned buildings. Let the taxpayers decide on this issue. I appreciate the school board's willingness to productively work with our school to find a path forward and make the Aquarian School facility something our community can take pride in. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could have Meadow Carr and Suzanne, give it a moment. When you see it back to 3 again, you can begin. Okay. Okay, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Go.
Hello, my name is Susie. Suzanne is my real name, though. Call me Suzanne. I'm 7 years old. I'm young, but just because I'm young doesn't mean you shouldn't listen. I'm in 2nd grade. Just because I'm in 2nd grade doesn't mean you shouldn't listen. I go to Aquarian Charter School. My brother goes to Aquarian. My friends go to Aquarian. It's a great school. It's like my home. Now let me ask you something. Would you like a leak in the roof of your house? No, we don't have enough money to fix that leak in the roof of our house. Please help us. We're a school family, so we'll help you too. Please do. Thank you. And also I would like to add, we even have a leak in the roof of our gym. I mean, a puddle on the floor of the gym. If we're running laps, somebody's gonna break a bone. So I just want to get rid of that leak. Thank you.
Thank you. We can have Billy Whalen. And
Are all of you going to speak? Because you can pull up your chairs if you'd like. Sorry.
okay.
Hi, I'm Meadow.
Hi, I'm Penelope.
I'm Rosie. And we are 6th grade students at Aquarian Charter School. When you walk into school, you see a bucket and then another. You get used to it, but when you realize how many leaks there are, and we shouldn't have to get used to it. The roof has so many leaks. Oh, there usually is one bucket at school every day. Our Aquarian family is so strong, even the earthquake didn't shake us up. In fact, we were one of the only 2 schools that were in the green zone right after it. Yes, our school didn't have much damage after the earthquake, but it is damaged now. I mean, nobody's invincible, right? Every year in the winter, when the heat comes on, our classroom starts to smell like dead animals. I mean, after 50 years, who knows what's in there?
The spirit in Aquarian is bottomless. The staff support is unbelievably amazing. After the earthquake, our nurse came in her pajamas on her day off just to make sure everybody was okay. Our principal dressed up as a cheerleader to show that she always had our backs. The PTO always pays for our overnight camps. We always compete in the Battle of the Books, aka Bob, because Aquarian has a team for 3, 4, and 5, 6, so anybody in those grades, no matter what, can compete. After a few practices, you get to know everybody, and you always get so much support from our librarian and the other teachers who step in to coach Battle of the Books.
After school, our lovely PE teacher does Running Club, a K-6 program where you run around our amazing $14,000 gravel track in the woods, a home to many beehives. Running is a wonderful way to get outside and active. We always have a few races where you have a chance to win plaques to go in our school trophy case. At the races, our PE teacher always is cheering for us, and he is so enthusiastic about us running. We are very lucky to have a course, coach, and team.
We also have a school orchestra, which is also really fun. You can learn to play any stringed instrument you want to join. Our amazing school has been up for 50 years, and we want to keep the counting going.
We have all been here for more than half of our lives, and we love the school and want to keep it together. I hope you think the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Billy Whalen? Okay, and Elliot Peterson? And Billy, when you see the timer, you can begin. Go ahead.
Good evening, school board. My name is Billy Whalen. You've heard from my wife. You'll be hearing from my 8-year-old daughter shortly. Why? Because we love Aquarian that much. Aquarian is located in an ASD facility that is badly in need of capital maintenance. I'll let others describe these issues in detail and their impacts. Instead, I want to focus on how we got to this point. Why has ASD refused to act as a responsible landlord and address long overdue capital maintenance needs? Although ASD does have a long list of capital projects, it certainly is not because Aquarian's turn hasn't come up. Aquarian moved into our building in 2001. ASD has not performed any major capital maintenance in the past 18 years. In 2015, the ASD Capital Planning Committee assigned Aquarian the highest critical facility index score of any ASD facility. The critical FCI score is a key metric used by the ASD in ranking projects to ensure that decisions are data-based. It is based on a compilation of projects needed to repair critical infrastructure. Roof replacement and electrical work were listed as immediate needs for Aquarian, while HVAC, plumbing, and window and door replacement were listed as 1 to 2 year projects. It is now 4 years later. The ASD Capital Planning Committee also produced a prioritized list of unfunded needs. Aquarian's roof replacement was ranked in the most urgent category 1. In the 2016 bond package, ASD proposed to replace the roof on every school ahead of Aquarian on the priority list and one after it. Although the bond did not pass, over the next 3 years, ASD put 17 roof replacements on the bond cycle, but not Aquarian's. Aquarian's roof replacement ranked 66 on the 2015 priority list. The 2018 and 2019 bonds included roof replacements ranked in the 300s and the 400s, and one that didn't even make the 2015 list. ASD's updated 6-year capital improvement plan recommends 14 more roof replacements. Aquarian is still not among them, but 2 ASD administration buildings are. And yet, Aquarian kids walk around buckets in the hallways placed there to catch rain. Something is wrong with that picture. The point of going through this in some detail is not to suggest that these other schools don't have important needs and deserving staff and children. I'm sure they did. It is to demonstrate that ASD was not making its decision based on data-driven prioritization, at least not for Aquarian. What has become painfully clear is that the ASD, our landlord, made a decision not to invest in our ASD building because we are a charter school. Without public discussion or deliberation, ASD excluded Aquarian from the capital process. Aquarian was never informed that a decision had been made so it could object. And so we waited patiently for our turn to come, and waited and waited. It is now apparent that Aquarian's turn will never come without our speaking up. The decision to exclude Aquarian from capital funding process was wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could have Jay Stange, sorry. I didn't put my glasses back on. Jay? Okay, Elliot, if you'd like to begin when the clock starts.
Good evening. My name is Elliot Peterson. I'm an Aquarian parent, and so I'm here to talk to you tonight about Aquarian Charter School. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to get in front of you and speak about this. I have 2 children who attend Aquarian, Susie, who you heard from earlier, and her brother Owen, who is here to support her. I think they can probably better than I explain what it is we're asking for. They love the school. They absolutely love it. And it's no surprise to my wife and I, because we're also both products of ASD. And a big part of our decision to return to Alaska and raise our kids here was because we knew the quality of education that they would receive here would be world class, because that's what we received. And I think we all recognize that these are very challenging times, but I'm here tonight, we're all here, this whole room is here tonight to ask you for help with our school. Aquarian is housed in a very old facility, and it's a facility with great charm and great history, but the roof, the boiler, other things, they need immediate attention. And our teachers at Aquarian, our principals, do so much every day there for the kids. And we know that's true throughout the school district, but we think that you here on the school board have the power to help us. If it's bond or another process to help us fix what's broken so that the staff at Aquarian can stop dodging rainfall and focus exclusively on the kids. So thank you so much for listening. Thank you for volunteering and being on the school board. We know this is a very hard job. We really appreciate it. We have a wonderful school, and I hope you guys can see that.
Thank you. If I could have Catherine Wood. And Jay, you can begin when you see the clock.
Can I switch for Helen Wood on the list?
Sure.
Good evening, school board members, President Marcet, Dr. Bishop, and staff. My name is Jay Stange, and I live on Woodland Park Drive in Spenard. It's an area that I call Deep Spenard, because you have to really mean it to get there. I'm a former math and special education teacher for the Anchorage School District, and I work these days as Director of Community Development at NeighborWorks Alaska, where my mission is to strengthen underdeveloped communities. I'm President of Spenard Community Council, on whose behalf I'm speaking tonight. And full disclosure, I am a parent of 2 amazing Aquarian Charter School students. I love my neighborhood despite all of its rough edges, and one of the reasons I love Spenard is that Aquarian Charter School is there, a jewel in our community, despite a few rough edges of its own. Aquarian plays a vital role in our community. It's not technically a neighborhood school, but it's an important gathering place for neighborhood families and children who don't have safe play areas in the neighborhood. For the area bounded by 4 busy streets, Benson, Lois, 36th Avenue, and Minnesota, it's the de facto neighborhood playground. In winter, Aquarian's ice rink is a popular local destination, and the school's playground facilities are a massive asset for the families and kids in our neighborhood and greatly improve our quality of life. Last year, the Spenard Community Council worked with the Anchorage Assembly and the municipality project management team to identify and bond a project to improve pedestrian safety in the area. I have copies of that project area available. There is no north-south safe walking route currently available for the students and families that live in the Aquarian neighborhood and travel from the West High Romic campus into the neighborhoods of Spenard. So we have a $500,000 bond. It's turned into a design study report, and it's currently investigating pedestrian safe routes in the neighborhood. This investment will benefit our neighborhood, who currently, the school and all pedestrians, pardon me, wheelchair users and bicyclists who currently have to share a narrow Lois Drive with speeding 35 to 40 mile an hour traffic. Many Spenard Community Council members are teachers and or parents of Aquarian students. We walk to school, we celebrate the amazing art, Spanish language, and science, technology, and math offerings at the school. Just last month, when our normal meeting facility became unavailable at the Spenard Rec Center, we reached out to neighborhood schools who had no space for us. Aquarian offered meeting space for our community council. Fish Creek runs past the school. Aquarian students and staff study and work to restore the creek, which is one of our neighborhood missions. And I want to thank you for the time tonight. Aquarian is an important part of our community, and we, the Spenard Community Council, urge your support for inclusion of its repair needs on the Anchorage School District bond proposal. It's an investment in our community.
Thank you. I have Kendall Wilson. And ladies, you can begin now.
My name is Helen Wood. I am in 3rd grade at Aquarian Charter School. My name is Sylvie Whalen. I am also in 3rd grade at Aquarian Charter School. Aquarian is unique to us because we have explorations, and that's a special thing about our school. Also, we have extra classes like Spanish and art. And we have a really great playground. But we have some challenges too. We need help with our roof and boiler. I think we should be on the bond package for this year. What Sylvie said is a safety hazard because people could trip over the buckets we are using to catch strips. Our heaters are also getting old and not heating up our classrooms. Also, it takes away from our learning time when we have work groups outside and we can't find a dry spot to work. Our building has been standing for a long time and it's really old. It survived all the earthquakes and I'd be really sad to lose Aquarian if it breaks or falls apart. We are part of ASD after all. We are a public school and I think we should be treated the same way as other public schools.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Julie Jeppson. I may not have said that right, but Julie and Kendall, you can begin.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Kendall Wilson. I'm also an Aquarian parent to a first grader here at Aquarian. I brought up my daughter asked why we were coming here tonight, and it was kind of interesting to hear her thoughts. She loves Aquarian and loves the learning environment that it provides. There's been a lot of information expressed here tonight and details given, but I guess I'd like to just highlight a few points. Of course, so when expressing this to my daughter, why we're coming here tonight, talking about the repairs needed for the school, she brought up the learning environment that she's thriving in. Being one of the youngest in her class, I think it's a good it's a great opportunity for her to learn and learn in the ways in which Aquarian teaches. Artwork lining the walls is the first thing that she notices and points out, and is excited to call her school. Last year there were a couple notices, as others referred, that went out talking about the loss of heat in the building and the need to address extra warm for that day. And I think ultimately I'm just looking for a safe or warm, dry place for my kid to go to school. Buckets lining the halls, stuff like that, I don't think is ultimately acceptable in a school environment. So I respectfully ask that ASD places Aquarian on the bond package this year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Catherine Wood. And you can begin when you see the timer to the side. There you go.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Julie Jepson. 380 students call me Miss Julie. The little ones call me music teacher. And my favorite third grade girl calls me mom. I also have a little boy at home who can't wait to go to kindergarten next year so that he can have math homework and join the running team just like his sister. 5 years ago, I was looking for a music job and we needed an elementary school for our children. Aquarian was a short bike ride away. We loved the focus on the arts, Spanish, and parent involvement. But not only that, they had an opening for a music teacher too. It was meant to be. I was teaching at Aquarian when it came time for me to renew my National Board Teacher certification. This process of earning the certification included describing how I work to grow professionally, collaborate with my peers, and engage with our school's families. The process took a lot of time and energy that year. However, I found the 3 elements of professional practice that were prioritized by the National Board of Teaching Standards were also just so normal at Aquarian. We are continually refining our teaching craft, taking classes, doing voluntary book studies, and talking about what we learned. We regularly collaborate to integrate subjects and meet together to create common projects. Engage our school's families. I know more parents at this school than any of the other 9 schools I've ever worked at because parents not only work alongside us in the classroom and for special events, they also walk their children to class in the morning and stop by for a friendly chat. It is the people, the parents, the students, teachers, teaching assistants, and supportive administration that make this program phenomenal. However, it's not right that we have to worry about the condition of our building. Last year, my room was broken into twice because the doors are so old, they were able to just pry it open with a crowbar. We also had the earthquake. Afterwards, my room had a green sign that said it was safe to come in. It also said that the floor was unlevel. It does slope so much that pencils roll off of the tables. And the last line was the zinger, pre-existing condition. My sloping floor is not the only pre-existing condition, and it has been neglected for too long. The message is simple. We are doing the work for the Anchorage School District that they hired us to do as teachers, and we are preparing successful ASD students. Please show that you appreciate our work, and please do the right thing by allowing us to access reliable and secure shelter, heat, and clean air. I would love to carry on the work of bringing children the joy of music making and have my daughter continue with her excellent education. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could have Laura Gregerson, and Catherine, you can begin when you see the clock.
Sure. Hi, my name is Catherine Wood, and I'm also a parent at Aquarian Charter School. I'm going to start with a couple quotes. To achieve high performance, the board believes the district must foster a culture of high expectations for everyone, students, parents, educators, staff, and the board. High expectations require high performance standards for each employee, including an expectation of collaboration. Also, the board believes the district should be open, transparent, and accountable to the public, ensuring a high-quality education while remaining fiscally responsible. You also have a goal to provide every student the opportunity to reach his or her potential, and I can only believe that it is inherent that all students in the school district should have equal access to funding and be treated fairly as a part of that. These school board core values are at the heart of my ask to you today, to be open, transparent, and accountable in your capital funding process and to fairly include Aquarian Charter School. It's also a reminder that we as parents have high expectations of you, the board, and the staff. In light of these goals and values, it is staggering to me that the aging Aquarian Charter facility was excluded from the capital planning cycle since 2015, not based on merit, not based on need, purely because we are a charter school. We are ASD students and teachers in an ASD facility. Where is the equity? Aquarian has also been excluded from capital planning with no communication provided by the district. Either Aquarian's facility has been ignored on purpose with the hope that the building will crumble and divest you of the financial responsibility and obligation, or it has been grossly neglected by district staff and process. Where is the transparency and collaboration? We should not be asked to pay for the major deferred maintenance on a building we do not own out of our operating budget, which is intended for students and day-to-day operations. I understand it's a hard time to live in Alaska. Funding is scarce. We all know that the laser focus on cuts is going to turn to K-12 education this year. I get it. It's a terrible time. However, it's not time to cut corners. It's tempting to do what will reduce the bottom line at the expense of what is right, fair, and transparent. But I believe we are better than that. My ask is simple. Put us back into the capital planning and design process. Treat us like every other school district facility. We've been waiting for so long. In return, I can promise you a room full of passionate parents who will help you pass your bond. Let's write a story together our kids can be proud of.
Thank you. Robert Stagg. And Laura, you can begin.
Oh, thank you. Hello, my name is Laura Gregerson. I am a taxpayer, registered voter, aquarium parent, and also a petroleum geologist with the state of Alaska. I am testifying today to ensure that the building repairs and necessary upgrades to Aquarian School will be prioritized in 2019 and 2020. It feels weird to talk to you and have all these people. I'm used to speaking to the crowd. In 2015, when I first drove up to Aquarian for the February Anchorage School District open house, I noticed the playground in the woods. And then I saw the buildings and the separate structures that they had looked like they had been around quite a while. When I walked inside, I noticed the art on the walls, the kids working in small groups in the hallway with adults, and I felt the kindness and warmth of the admin staff, which immediately put me at ease. When I went on that tour, which was led by Miss Brenda, now my son's third grade teacher, multiple students came up to her and gave her a hug. Halfway through this tour, Miss Monica, a sixth grade teacher, took over and brought us through the rest of the school. I witnessed the entire school change classrooms for math, and when I looked in the gymnasium, the students were sitting down in math class. I thought, this is different. Math class in the gymnasium? I applied to the lottery because Aquarian is a public school. It's rated a 10. I love the location near downtown where I work. Those woods and that playground. And my son has always loved numbers and had been in Spanish daycare since he was a baby. This place would be perfect for him. My son, like many students, was on the wait list, but a month before kindergarten started, his number was called, and we accepted our slot into Aquarian. Now that we are in our 4th year at Aquarian, I have so much more insight into that tour. The art on the walls is amazing because the art teacher, Miss Lisa, engages students to create masterpieces of multiple artists. When I practiced for my son last night, he actually rewrote that sentence for me. The reason why the teachers switch places during the tour is because the teachers in this school are always coordinating and working together to cover the duties and make sure our kids are in the developmentally appropriate class or group for learning. The adults in the hallway with the kids, well, that adult is now me and my son's classmates' parents who volunteer once a week for reading rotations. The hugs for the tour guide are because Miss Brenda is a loving and successful teacher. My son stopped by his kindergarten teacher's classroom to give her a hug the first so many weeks of 1st grade. Thanks.
Thank you. We could have Teresa Derrickson. And Robert, you can begin when you see the clock to your left.
Okay, thank you for having me. My name is Robert Stagg. I teach at Aquarian Charter School. I'm here tonight to ask the Anchorage School Board to put Aquarian Charter School on this year's bond. I've brought a few letters with me written from my 4th grade students, and I'd like to be able to hand them to you if I can after this. I did bring one letter in particular that says it all to me, and this is from Anna. I'd like to read it to you. She writes, "Hello, my name is Anna. I would like you to add Aquarian to this year's school bond package and to help our school from shutting down. We need to get on the bond because our school is literally falling apart. Our roof is leaking, and we have really stinky heaters. We need help before winter makes our roof leak even more. I really like our school, and I do not want to have art or music or any of the pullouts go away. Can you please let our school be on the bond package? Thank you for reading. Sincerely, Anna. You've heard about the need for repairs. These repairs highlighted are real. You've probably already heard, well, you've heard all the testimonies tonight. As I read this, I think, gosh, I'm repeating a lot of things that people have said, but that's okay. I see these things happening all the time. When a teacher has to spend the first hour of her day when she comes into the classroom to remove bookshelves from the walls because the walls are leaking water and getting all the books wet, and the kids are coming in minutes, this impacts students. If our program has to spend money to fix these leaks, it's going to reduce our teaching staff, and we have an amazing teaching staff. Anna also hit the nail on the head when she mentioned that losing these pull-out teachers will affect our program, our Spanish teacher and our music teacher and our art teacher. I don't know if you know this, but they all also teach math. They're there all day doing an amazing job, and they're teaching a program in math that allows the rest of us to reduce our class sizes in math and offers us the ability to teach 7th grade math and pre-algebra. So it's a unique program, I think, in the elementary schools. Lower class numbers, class sizes, and an exceptional program. It's proven to work in our building. I've taught at Aquarian since 1999, and my son Oliver, he's 2.5, but I plan to raise him in our school, and then I would love to retire when he hits the 6th grade. My dream is for this amazing program to be as strong as it is today, if not stronger, when he begins kindergarten. This is the program. I'm done. I love this program, and please vote for Aquarian Charter to be on this year's bond package. Thank you.
You can hand those letters to our security. Oh, yeah. And Teresa Derrickson, is Teresa here? Mike Mobley?
No, those are
Mobley? I can't even say that. Okay. Is Will Dan a student? Okay, Will and Tyler. Hi, Will.
Hi, my name is Will, and I'm a student at Aquarian. I came here because we have buckets in the roof. Buckets in the hallways. Our boiler barely is working. The heaters are barely heating.
You're doing great, buddy.
What do you like best about your school?
Each day I go to math in the morning, and then what I like best, it's really fun. I get to see my friends every day, but if our school gets shut down, I won't see my friends. And I won't see my teachers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Thank you. If I could have Brenda, is she? Wimett? Yes. And Tyler, you can begin.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Board President Marset, board members. My name is Tyler Dan. I'm an Aquarian parent, Will's father. Great job, bud.
Yes.
And also father of a first grader named Alice. I sent you all a letter yesterday and appreciate the responses that I've heard back already. Appreciate it. So tonight I'll keep my comments brief. So I want my children to continue learning in this excellent academic community that is Aquarian Charter School. I also want them to be safe and healthy. Health concerns due to mold and the potential to lose our facility if our roof or HVAC system fail this winter are very concerning to me as a parent. I know we are a charter school and there are some differences of legal opinion regarding who is responsible for capital costs. I'm not a legal expert, but I do know that this school is succeeding. I know that I pay property taxes that help fund education in Anchorage, and I know that we are in an ASD facility and would like to stay there. And so I think that we're all on the same side here. We're all on the side of these children, and we want this program to continue to succeed. So I urge the board as the governing body of the Anchorage School District to work with us to find solutions to maintain this success and improve the health and safety of our students. I ask that you work with our APC to find solutions. And in my opinion, the best solution would be adding our facilities deferred maintenance to the next bond cycle as we would do with every other ASD-owned facility. So I thank you for your service. I thank you for the time this evening. Good night.
Thank you. Stacy Campbell.
Good evening. My name is Brenda Wimett, and I am a third grade teacher at Aquarian Charter School. I have been a teacher at Aquarian for 11 years now. More important than that, though, my family has been a part of the Aquarian family for 16 years. I have 3 children that all went through Aquarian. Currently, 2 of my boys are serving in the armed forces, and I truly believe that the foundation for why they are serving was started when they were young, which is what they got at Aquarian. They learned what family meant. They learned what honor, pride, and responsibility meant as part of our family that was extended through Aquarian. We are a very close-knit, caring community. We have learned lifelong friendships and connections throughout our time there. We have pride in our school and is seen walking down the halls. There's art everywhere, which has been mentioned. We have collaborative groups. We often have our children pairing up with not only within grade level, but cross grade levels. We have many parents have come in. We've talked about our parents joining us with our groups. We have different clubs that continue on with our groups. I'm not going to repeat everything that's been said constantly, but our classes also have written letters, and I have one that I want to read to you also, and then I'll just give over the rest of them. I'm writing to you because our school is in desperate need for some help in places. The roof needs replaced because it leaks and it affects our learning. It means we can't do our reading groups. Its moldy wood is not healthy. You could trip on buckets and hurt yourself. It is on its last legs. Please help us. I do not want to leave this school because I have many best friends. The pull-out teachers are way more than awesome, and we have the most willing TAs that are keeping us safe. The teachers are the most awesome helpers and care about us. I hope you will consider this letter and help us and put us on the bond package. Sincerely, an Aquarian student. These are third graders, so they're going to be written as third graders, so please keep that in mind when they're reading. I think Will pretty much said what we're all thinking, you know. I mean, our school's amazing. We love our school. It is a close community. My 2 oldest sons had friends they met in kindergarten, and they are still friends at 23 and 24 years of age. So it's not our school, it's an extension of our homes. And so we hope that all the testimony today will help you realize, please help keep our home safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Feynman, if I'm saying that correctly. And Stacy, you can begin.
Hi, my name is Stacy Campbell, and I am a teacher at Aquarian Charter School. This is my 4th year teaching 3rd grade there. I absolutely love it. Like Brenda mentioned, the parents are amazing. They come in. We are able to do reading rotations with 2 volunteers of parents and other members stepping up to help out with our students, which is wonderful. I am here to represent my students and the passion that they have for our school. If you ask them, they will tell you that they love the teachers, the TAs that we have, the playground, the explorations that we do. All of my students also wrote letters, and they had their hand at persuasive writing. And there was one that I thought was very convincing. So it says, "Dear Anchorage School Board, my name is Tatum. I go to Aquarian Charter School. I am 8 years old and in 3rd grade. I really think you should put our school in the bond package because I've been here since kindergarten. We need your help because the ceiling has leaks and we have to put buckets in the hallway. We also don't want asbestos in the heaters. I would love if you could inform our teachers why you can't seem to give us the things we need to keep our school alive. I really love our school and we will do anything to help our school. Also, we shall inform you that there are actually mice coming in and living here in our school. So I would like if you would do that for us. Again, I am Tatum and I love my school. Please remember that you will put us in the bond package. Sincerely, Tatum Tromley." Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to take a break here just for a second. We have about 10 minutes left in our hour, and I know there's several that have signed up. I would like to have students to have an opportunity to speak. So if I call your name and there's a student that signed up and you'd like to give them your slot, that certainly would be appreciated, I think. Sarah, if you'd like to continue. And Brian Brubaker. Okay.
My name is Sarah Feynman. Pardon me. I'm a parent of Aquarian 6th grader and a middle schooler who went through Aquarian K6. Though I'm also an Aquarian teacher, tonight I'm speaking as a parent. My children thrived at Aquarian. Their quirky nature was gently fostered and encouraged. They have been challenged academically, and they have grown into lovely people who care about others and strive to meet their challenges and do their best. I am forever thankful to Aquarian for its role in educating my children. As my family prepares to leave Aquarian for the bigger ASD school world, I don't want to just say see ya. I want to be sure it's around for the thousands of other quirky kids to benefit from the way my family did. We say Aquarian is held together with duct tape, good thoughts, and community. The good thoughts and the community are still there. The tape is wearing thin. Aquarian is an ASD school following ASD rules for ASD students in an ASD facility. Please consider putting us on the ASD bond package to keep our kids, teachers, and families securely housed for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. And is Dylan and Danny Hall students? Okay, if I could have both of them come up, please. Okay.
Do I sit here?
Either one.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Dylan Hall. I am a student at Aquarian Charter School. I have noticed many things wrong with our school, but mainly the terrible roofs. We have buckets all over the halls, and it's annoying to work with hearing pitter-patter all the time. Also, our heaters barely work. Who knows? This might be our last winter at Aquarian. I really hope it isn't, but with your help, it won't. We should, why Aquarian is worth saving. Our teachers are amazing. I learn so much every day at Aquarian. I at least learn one new thing in art, Spanish, or music. Or any of those pull-ups, really. I love our school, and I love our school, and I really do hope that you will put us on the bond package. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say one thing. It's
Sure.
not just buckets, it's garbage cans. It's not just 5-gallon buckets. That's all I'll say.
Sophia Scott. That looks like Melissa.
Hi, my name is Sophie.
And my name's Ariana.
We're both 6th graders at Aquarian Charter School and have gone to Aquarian since we were in kindergarten. We've gotten to know the students, teachers, and staff very well. We've learned so much from our teachers and peers and would love it if students could continue to learn from this group of people.
Which is why you should help us get a new roof and heater. We have problems with our roof for a while. Multiple times we had to put trash cans in the middle of the hallway because our roof was leaking so much. I always see trash cans in the hallway almost leaking full with water.
Sometimes in the winter the school starts to smell bad because the heat doesn't work very well.
The heater might not work at all if we don't get it fixed soon.
We really hope we can fix this roof and heater so that we can continue to learn from our teachers and peers, and hopefully the next generation can have the same opportunities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And is there Melissa Moody? Okay. Okay. And then after that it would be Posey Boggs.
I will not even take 3 minutes. Thank you very much for having me aboard. My name is Melissa Moody. I have an interesting background. I work in digital marketing, but I have a master's in education. I taught high schoolers with language-based learning disabilities for many, many years, and I appreciate the difficulty of the situation that we're facing in terms of finding the finances to do what is really needed to be done. I just wanted to talk about, sorry, I just ran. Whew. I wanted to bring up 2 days that I had in experiences with Aquarian. The first is the first day that I set foot at Aquarian. I was there on a tour. My son has a lot of things that he needs in his education. And we went to probably 8 different schools in our search for where we wanted to find a place. Nowhere I found has math that will meet him at his level, reading that will meet him at his level, art every 4 days, music every 4 days, Spanish twice every 4 days. It's incredible the amount of everything that can come together in one amazing school. So the first day I set foot at Aquarian, my son wasn't even a student there, and he was treated like a member of the community. And I know it's been said a lot, but this school is very, very special. The other day that I want to bring up was December 4th last year. This was about 4 days after the earthquake. It was the day I think that we got green-lighted for being a good-to-go school. Do you know what our teachers did that day? They went out to every other school in the district, and they helped at those schools. Aquarian sets the tone for a community that is not just there for us, but it's there for all of ASD. And I think our actions, our contributions as parents and educators and taxpayers really prove that. I think we're here tonight, not just as parents and as taxpayers, but as the voters. We want to see things that matter on the ballot, and we want to see things that we want to vote for, that we want to really appreciate where our money is going. And I would hope that it comes to the point where we actually let the voters decide if this is something that they think is worthy. Because the case will be made by Aquarian parents that this should be at the top of the list. Obviously, it's been said by parents, by students, by our amazing, amazing faculty. I really do urge you to put it on the bond and see if it goes, because I think that is the right decision based on everything else you've heard today. Thank you for having us all. We appreciate everything you do.
Thank you. And Dale Miller.
Hi, this is a change of topic, but it actually segues with the previous speaker. We are excited and grateful to celebrate Dyslexia Awareness Month with the addition to the the Anchorage School District of a website dedicated to dyslexia. I want to congratulate you for this amazing change. It means celebration. This page will take some people by surprise as we all become comfortable with saying dyslexia, the word, out loud in schools. Based on the quality of this website, we believe that over time, this action from ASD will help our entire community simply say, we all have unfinished learning about dyslexia to do. When students with dyslexia become proficient readers, They have joy in their hearts because they come to feel the complex beauty of learning to read. We compliment and we celebrate Superintendent Bishop, her department directors, all of them who are working with Diane Orr, and this school board, and the members who understand that Alaska and our nation urgently needs a national movement for professional and personal learning about reading difficulties and reading instructions. We've got some shout outs. Member Holloman, thank you for coming to the dyslexia simulation last week. Dr. Bishop, for your full support of Diane Orr's participation on HB 64, the task force, and then to duplicate or replicate that here within district is just, it's huge. Thank you. Also, Dina Mitchell, where are you? Thank you. For attending the FastBridge screening and how that can look at dyslexia. Thank you very much for attending that. We also have a shout out to all of the Aquarian teachers here tonight because 18 of them signed up for our upcoming conference. The whole 18 teachers from that school. And also for a dyslexia simulation, contact us if you want one. While a web page will not teach students with dyslexia how to read, it's an excellent place to start. We have to create a no-shame zone around learning about dyslexia. I want to celebrate together, so those in the audience who are dyslexic, who love a dyslexic, and everybody, could you just stand up and say thank you very much? I think we're all wearing red. Oh. I had no idea, and I am very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. We are actually at 6:40, but Dale, you are the last person on the list, so I'm going to make an exception, and we're going to go 3 minutes over.
Okay. Thank you, President Morissette, Dr. Bishop, and members of the board. So I'm not here to talk about Aquarian. I didn't know about that, or I'd have probably picked another night to come and talk with y'all. What I am here to talk to you about is, as you know, I represent, work with Teamsters Local 959, and I represent the food service workers. And so I've got an issue that's come up. I don't know how many of you know about the Healthy, Hungry, Free Kids Act of 2010, but basically what it says in there is that they set out standards and stuff to feed the kids during the lunch day. Also in that act, it talked about any competition with that happening during the school day. And, you know, unfortunately, I'm a little bit concerned because the folks that I represent make their living selling school lunches. They already compete with open campuses and that kind of stuff. And so with the new contract that we recently signed with the school district, it completely revamped the way that you know, they determine pay for these folks. And so while I'm all for healthy kids and that kind of stuff, that's not really the reason I'm here. I'm more concerned about the fact that they're competing in violation, I believe, of that law during the school day, during lunchtime. So I understand that there's activities and stuff and they raise a lot of money for those kind of things, but you know, it just suggests that maybe that happens after school or something like that, because I do believe there's a violation of law. And so I just want to make you aware, you can look into it a little bit. I don't know if that there's exceptions that have been granted out there, but even with exceptions, they can't do it at the same time that we're trying to sell lunches in the school. So I'm here to speak on behalf of the members that I represent, and I hope you guys take a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to remind those that maybe didn't get a chance to speak this evening that there is time at the end of the school board meeting. I know there's a lot of children here, but if anyone would like to stay till after the meeting to speak, we'll at the end of the meeting, not after the meeting. We probably won't be here. But at the end of the meeting, we'd be happy to hear any more testimony that you might have. Sorry. So at this time, I happily have the superintendent give her update.
I think I should start to have a complex. Everyone's leaving when the superintendent talks. Just kidding, just kidding. I know it's late. It's all good. It is a school night, and I know they're going to go do homework. Okay. I have a few items on the agenda this evening that were requests for additional information, either from our community or the board. And with me, and it's apropos, we have one of our directors, Diane Orr, here, and we wanted to share it is Dyslexia Awareness Month, and we had a member or a community member speak to our website, and so I wanted to update the board with that as well. So I'm going to turn it over to Diane Orr. Can you turn that on? There's like a mouth. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Good evening, board. As we know, it is Dyslexia Awareness Month, and we also know that dyslexia has been a hot topic across the nation the last couple years. And our state legislature has been no exception to that rule. They have been discussing dyslexia and third grade reading proficiency. And so with that, we formed a work group this summer to just try to stay ahead of maybe what was coming. And so with this group, which had many different stakeholders, we had teachers, special education teachers, principals, related services, and community members that happen to be here in our audience. And so we thank them for helping us with it. But what we really wanted to do was help with communicating about dyslexia and making sure that we could say the word dyslexia in our district. So we worked on a new revised dyslexia resource brochure, which all schools have been sent a big bundle of these to give out to teachers and parents for resource. We also then, as mentioned before, worked on our web presence and updated all the information. So we hope it's easy to find if you look on our ASD website and go under families and then click on reading in ASD. It will take you to our page where you can click on dyslexia and reading difficulties, which then will give you all the resources and information about how we are meeting the needs of all students here in ASD. So with that, we just want to say that we're still going to be working on this. We still have lots of work to do, but that this was just our first beginning, and we hope to continue that professional learning with how we support all students in our district.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you. I just want to say very quickly, thank you for all your work, because I know this is something we've been working on for a long time. Thank you.
Yes. Thanks. You're welcome.
All right, the next item that was a request just about what's happening at the middle school. We did request the board to put this off until we have at least had a quarter to share with you some of the changes that our team made in regard to middle school. So I'll turn it over to Kirsten, and we do have a teacher expert in the building.
All right, this is Elizabeth Hermanson. She's a teacher at Clark, and she's just going to give you a teacher's perspective as a part of our presentation coming up. So I wanted to first just thank the board for their support of the 2 FTE they dedicated so that we could really make this happen last spring. There's been a lot of planning and training going on between the summer and the first quarter of school this year. So I just wanted to give you an overview of what we have outlined as things that happen in collaboration time and what doesn't happen in collaboration time at our middle schools right now. So collaboration time it's a coordinated student academic and positive behavior support to all student needs. So you're really focused on that MTSS model that we've talked about as a board, and really a student-centered approach. So productive collaboration time is supported through teaming essentials such as schedules. There's a set schedule that every teacher has for their collaboration time each week. There's agreements amongst those team members in the way that they're going to conduct their business together. There's protocols that they follow. There's definitely practices that they're learning, and we are doing some documentation as part of this time so we can track our progress as a district. There's professional learning activities that are also included in collaboration time for teachers, and that's something that we're going to start getting into as we get closer to the second semester. And then it's also just designed to really be student-centered, support that collective school culture, and really focus on family partnerships at the mid-level as well. So I wanted to just talk a little bit about what it isn't. So collaboration time isn't an individual planning time for teachers. So they're expected to be with their team during that collaboration time period and engaged in the work. It's not a checklist for them to complete. There's active collaboration going on during that time. So they all typically meet in one teacher's classroom, but they don't sit in the same classroom and complete their own individual tasks. So that was a criticism in our past history around team time previously. So they're not grading, they're not prepping necessarily, they're not copying papers for the next class period. None of those things are part of our collaboration time. So it's also not time to have unproductive venting. There's a strict protocol about how teachers are talking about students during that time so that it's productive and positive about kids. And collaboration time isn't optional for teachers. They treat it just like they're teaching another class period. So they're required to show up, they're required to treat it as a part of their schedule each day. So I wanted to share with you to get our staff ready for this new endeavor of collaboration time. We're engaged in a number of professional development activities. So I first wanted to just point out that all of the professional development activities that we're engaged in this year are provided by a grant by the Novo Foundation. So we were lucky enough to receive a $450,000 grant over the course of 3 years to support this work. So that's great news for us as a district. So each team within the middle school has identified what we call a team lead. So that particular team lead person out of their team is designated to go to monthly professional development with their principal. And they spend a day each month with their principal engaged in that professional development that's provided by Engaging Schools. Engaging Schools has developed a teaming process that's research-based, it's proven effective, and productive. And so that's the model that we're using as we go through the course of the year. Schools have been broken up in that professional development time into 3 separate groups because some of our middle schools had already engaged in this work. We didn't want to start them at ground zero. We wanted them to continue where they were at with the work. And so we didn't want to hold them back while other schools learned the process. We wanted to collect those schools together and keep them moving forward, but then we also wanted to take our schools who hadn't engaged in this professional development from where they are so that they could also learn the process. So the professional development is really tailored to each school's need and where they're at with this work in their building. And then part of the expectation of being a team lead is that you come back to your team after those professional development days, and then you share that information with your team at the building level. And then we're also providing a lot of district support through the secondary education and teaching and learning departments. So we're engaged in this work with teachers and principals, and we're also really supporting them and getting things done that they need to make it happen. So that's a summary of the work that they're engaged in. I wanted to show you a quick example schedule. And I wanted to just note that this is just an example because every school is going to have somewhat of a unique schedule, but you'll see some similarities amongst those schedules based on the work they're doing. One of the core things that is a part of our collaboration time, you'll see on Tuesday of this particular example, is the student worry list. And then they also list student concern protocols in this example. That's the time where teachers are really engaged with talking to each other about students that they're particularly worried about and that they want to intervene and create some solutions for. So that's one of the biggest components of our collaboration time this year, and that's really the work right now that teams excuse me, are engaged in. So they're learning what those student concern protocols are, they're learning how to talk about students, they're learning about how to implement particular interventions within their time. So there's a list of many different activities, and every school has a specific weekly schedule. So I just wanted to provide you one particular example. So I wanted to end with some teacher perspective on the process. So Elizabeth is here. Unfortunately, Nancy Neal, our handshoe teacher, is ill tonight, so she couldn't join us. But I just wanted to turn it over to Elizabeth for just a brief perspective from her vantage point as a teacher.
Thank you very much for allowing us to present today and share a little bit about the great work that is going on. As having been the co-chair with Kirsten and Nancy for the mid-level committee, it was a great honor to be able to be one of the collaborative leads this year for Clark Middle School for my team. And I just wanted to say how wonderful an experience it is to be able to have our collaboration period and the time together. There are a few things that I wanted to share with you as really great strengths that I have seen just in this very short time that we've been introduced to the new protocols. The worry list, our team has renamed the safety net because we didn't want students to think we're worried about them, but we really want to let people know that we have very set protocols because we want to make sure that kids do not fall through the cracks. And this collaboration time, that's really what it's meant for, is to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our students. So some of the things that our teachers have been saying is that this is a wonderful time to be able to plan. They finally get to work on field trips and planning team building events and really creating a culture where students feel that they're a part of ASD and not just necessarily part of Clark Middle School where I'm at, but just really a part of our community here in Anchorage. Some of the other things like parent communication, we've had really great success with connecting with parents this year, much more than other years in the past. We've had a few team meetings with parents sitting with students, and it's just been profound, the kind of connections we can make with families. But most importantly, which is something that I hadn't thought about in the past, as leading up to this, is the Springboard Initiative. I'm one of the department chairs at Clark Middle School, and so our last department chair meeting, we had a lot of the new teachers that are a part of the pilot program saying how wonderful the collaboration time has been to be able to work through some of these new things and really dig into the curriculum together, because one of the days, for some schools, one of the days is where they can collaborate by department as well. And so not only is it supporting our education, not only is it supporting our students, it's really bringing the initiatives that you have already set for us and really provided professional development for us to have a place where it can grow and not fall to pieces. So it's been a wonderful time, and I just want to thank you so much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. That was great. Thank you, Kirsten.
Yep. So just in closing, I just wanted to say that we're at the very beginning of this recreation of what teaming at middle school looks like. It is different than our past teaming structures, and it is a new concept, but it's one that's been really warmly received by our teaching staff and our principals. And so far, we're seeing really, we're just getting really good senses of how it's being implemented and what benefit our schools are getting. I'm sure at the end of the year we'll see more specific data. So.
Thank you. That's excellent. Thank you. And on today's agenda, under the grants, is an acceptance of the Novo grant. I'd like Jan Davis to please stand up. The professional development, they said she's the employee, wonderful employee, our coordinator of SEL that wrote that grant, that brought that opportunity. So thank you as well. And through teaching and learning, they work as a team. So I just appreciate all the work.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Donnelly.
There it is. Thank you. So the new collaboration time model, is that for 2 periods or is that for 1 period?
It's for 1 period.
Okay.
So teachers have 1 planning period and 1 collaboration period.
And what percentage of that period, that 1 period, is dedicated towards the collaboration time?
All of it.
100%.
And You mentioned that it had been proven effective. How has it been previously proven effective?
Well, I don't have data to support that. I'm just telling you anecdotally what I'm hearing from schools is a lot of positive feedback. So it's not necessarily numbers I can give you. I'm just sharing my experience with what I'm hearing from teachers and principals.
I will also add, however, with the phase out, some of the schools have already been working with Engaging Schools, and one of the staff members we have currently this year that has come from one of those schools, Wendler was the school that she came from, and she said, when we were starting this process, Clark is a brand new one, so we're in phase 1, and she was so excited that we were partaking in this as well and that we're getting the protocols, because she said it was such a wonderful ability for the school to really connect with the students and meet the needs and really build relationships and really, well, I've said it all, really connect with our students.
Okay. So how are we going to know if it's actually working better than any other utilization of this resource, this time and this money?
Yeah, so I think Elizabeth has some feedback, but I would say that in our schools that, like Elizabeth had mentioned, like Wendler, who have this is their 4th year of engaging in this work, we've seen reduced suspensions. We have numbers of how many interventions have been implemented as a result of the time. Those are the types of numbers that I'm hoping to get to the board later this year.
Are you hoping to get us any academic numbers?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, those are part of the interventions that we're seeing. It's not just all behavior related, it's also academic.
And that's one thing that I wanted to speak to. This Engaging Schools work comes with 2 very specific protocols. One is the safety net that it was called the worry list. We've now, our school coined the safety net. But the other one is a student concern protocol, and that one is very, at first it was a little bit hard to grasp because it's very structured. You're supposed to spend 90 seconds on this and then 15 seconds, oh, it's not 15, but it's 30. To be able to go through one student concern, to be able to address what is their problem or issue that you have with a student, what do you want them to have for a target behavior, how are you going to create an implementation intervention plan, what strategies have you already tried, and then monitoring for 6 weeks. The monitoring process is not only monitoring the behavior, but a part of it is also the academics. So looking at how many D's or F's, where is their grade point really going, what are they struggling with, and that part is something that, from what we've learned through Engaging Schools and Nicole Frazier, is that sometimes the academic part changes first before the behaviors really start to change. And so we've been looking to see what are our D's and F's really looking like, and how is that really changing over the we've only done about 3 weeks of monitoring so far with a few of our interventions, and we're already starting to see some change in our academics in terms of those grades.
And you mentioned that one of the elements of this was meeting with the parents. Was that something that wasn't available in the prior model where there was only one non-teaching period?
I would say that meeting with parents is always a part of our practice as educators. However, when you can carve out all the professionals in the building that interact with that young person in one specific time period, that's much more impactful than meeting with teachers one-on-one as a parent, especially if you're seeing issues with a student over the course of all of their classes throughout the day.
2 weeks ago, I had a parent meeting, and we had about 5 teachers, including our math, which is not a person on our team. And the parent came in, and we started out, part of the protocol is you start it with strengths. And so we got to have this parent where we just, all 5 of us teachers sat and told her what a wonderful student she had. And the parent thought, why am I here then? And then we said, well, we just have some concerns. We really want to support you. And we started with addressing the student. What do you think you were struggling with? And the parent just felt like we were helping her parent as well. And so it was just a really different feel in the room than we've had, because we had a community. We were all there to support the student.
I can also share other data, and in the MTSS protocols, we've shared Hattie's research in regard to effect size of effective instruction, and one of those is a 1 point for effect size for improvement when these protocols are used. So we do have research data. We could bring that with us and share as the board decides. Those types of things will be needed as you decide on your budget for the future, more to invest your monies.
Ms. Hildy, I saw you had your hand up, though.
And just in the vein of Mr. Donnelly's question, will we see the academic changes? I'll see in the fall you had 100 students with D's and F's, and in the spring fewer. Is that the kind of data you expect to show, or what would we expect to see for academic?
So those are the types of data that I'd like to bring. I think we're too early in the implementation to see any of those things. I would hate to even say at the end of the first semester that we would have great data to show you. I definitely think by the end of the school year, when staff is much more adept at the process and the student protocols that we're training them on, that you'll start to see much more drastic improvements. Schools such as Wendler and Baggage, who have engaged in this work before, have started to see those types of changes in their academics over time. They've also seen a reduction in office referrals and behavior referrals as well. So those are all discipline data, academic data. Those are things that I want to present to you later in the school year.
And as a teacher, we had our second day of training today. So to us, it still feels pretty new as well.
And I just want to remind the board that we'll get more on this and that we've got a lot to cover, but Ms. Bellamy.
Just a final comment. I'm an old school supporter of the old model of middle school teaming, but I am really happy to hear and learn more about the collaboration and the protocols, because that makes that time much more productive.
Absolutely.
And we can really hold staff accountable and give them resources to help them help kids better.
Yeah.
So I appreciate your work in this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I am going to say one little thing. I just want to say thank you. When you said when a parent comes into the room and you tell them what a wonderful child they have, I have not always experienced that as a parent, and I am so happy to hear that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thanks.
And to share with the board as well, when we do an evaluation, and the science of evaluation demonstrates that after an implementation, the first look into that of the evaluation is with staff change, and then you look at student behaviors in years two and 3. So that's the science behind any kind of program evaluation, and we will be sharing that with the board. Thanks.
Good job.
And I can go through these next items pretty quickly. This was another request from the board, and we started last week. I'll just go through as a to kind of ground us in where we have been. This is actually taken right from your budget book, and it's going to be important in thinking about that as we move into the future. The last 2 years have demonstrated that we've stayed with the same pupil-teacher ratio. We just also talked that their pupil-teacher ratio is not a class size. It is a guide to staffing according to students. And then we showed next how that actually looks, where a school could have a lower, if the class size for kindergarten is 21, they actually have lower than that. One classroom has 15. These are real data from, what's that school? Sand Lake Elementary School. So we shared how the decisions are made. The request was, where are our class sizes? And I shared a little bit in the finance department, the difficulty in regard to data entry, in regard to class sizes, and how the system really has always allowed for differences. We are going to shore up those protocols, because something that really should not take long to give the board an answer literally took 2 adults over 40 hours each to complete. And these are our elementary data. And what I wanted to share, because we have thousands of classrooms, I wanted to share these data just to give a mind's eye. So the average is shared, or the mean. The mode is the one that occurs most often. So a mode of a number is the one that occurs most often. The largest class size in that grade level, and the smallest class size in that grade level. When we did take a look and research then after our analytics folks captured these data, we had our administrators visit with school administrators to really uncover the largest and the smallest, any outliers and anomalies. So I do have information about those. In fact, in the smallest class size in kindergarten is actually at Willow Crest, but it really is misinformed, and this is how it is put into the system. It actually is a K1. It's a combo. It should reside in the combo area. There's a first grade there with 13. All other combos actually were in the combo spot. If you look at some of the largest class sizes there, 27, that belongs to Chester Valley, and transiency is still up. So although the students were here initially for enrollment, they have since, some of them leave. That a lot of times is associated with the PFD, and then they'll come back. So it hasn't stabilized in that school, but we have offered support, and we're holding steadfast. There are 27 enrolled, yet not 27 showing up as of yet. But if you have any questions about any of these, we can certainly let you know. In the 6th grade, we do have a teacher posted position that isn't filled yet for additional resources at that school. But if there's any questions on these, they did the work to find out the anomalies. We can go into the charter, and you'll see that charter is very, very similar to other schools. And again, it represents the data for charter elementary schools. It does not include PE, art, or music at the elementary level. You'll see that secondary level does include electives, but at the elementary level, these class sizes are balanced with electives, and the kids go to their electives with their whole entire class. So they would be very similar. And we do have a question, Madam President. Ms. Hildy?
We don't have anything over the charter class sizes, do we? Or
You do, in fact, when the charter schools write their charter, that is a question in their charter that they write about, and the board, in granting the charter, can talk about it. But after your charter is approved, then no, we don't
But
design
I'm saying
those.
when we do our PTR in the budget.
No. Yeah, they're paid per pupil, but then they can assign. The PTR doesn't have to be where ours was budgeted necessarily as well. Yeah, sorry, it's per student there. But you'll see they're very similar. Here was a question as well in regard to middle school, and to share. We do have core classes, and core classes would be language arts, mathematics, science, and or social studies. The elective includes art, music, or language, and career technology also includes any courses that have a CTE designation in the enrollment. And so there again, the elective is an honors band, and that actually resides at Golden View, and that was selected. They wanted to keep that many in that band. The other bands then are smaller, so they're balanced out at other times. The smallest class is with an elective is at Mirror Lake, and it is the photo or the multimedia class. So these are just, if you have any questions, we can answer them, but the mean, the median, and the mode, and then the largest and smallest. So the core class that's the largest is a social studies class at Hanshu. Due to the MTSS model, other students, they've chosen, when we looked into that was a choice made so that other classes could be smaller in the language arts and mathematics. So they provided smaller classes in those areas. So those were choices in regard to their established classes.
Just and then quick question, does that include all of our classes, including SPED, life skills?
No, we did not take out special education life skills because those are specifically designed to be smaller. These are just the general education courses. Okay, you would find, though, the general education courses for deaf ed was included in the elementary and secondary. You'll find those.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And charter secondary, we have also these data, and they're very similar. You can take a look, and I want to say that these are absolutely audited true numbers in our schools.
Mr. Donnelly.
So when the board adopted the middle school model, the 2 periods of non-instruction in the last budget process, we were advised that the administration anticipated there would be a corresponding increase in those middle school classrooms. I think the number was as much as 3 students per class. How was that avoided?
Sure. So if you could go back to the PTR, and these are actually, so this was what the ratio was when it was provided, when there wasn't middle school, and we had some folks here. Last year, the middle school classes were 18, 19. So they were very tiny according to, so we had these PTRs, the pupil teacher ratio, and we provided them at the same rate. Notice it stayed the same, 27, 27. It didn't change. However, when you took out that additional collaborative period, what happened is that they didn't have class sizes of 27. We had principals, and we could capture those data. We had class sizes of 18 and 19. So essentially, they did increase, as was stated, and the middle school group that articulated that through, I think it was Kirsten and some others, stated, we would continue to like the collaborative period. It was worth it. So they grew from last year. They did not grow from this, because this 27 includes the double period. The 27 last year included only one preparatory period without students. So it didn't grow from 27, it grew from the actuals last year, which were 18 to 20, 22. Last year's class sizes were much smaller.
So to use an old education term, apples to apples, then what's the corresponding number this year to the 18, 19 from last year when there was not 2 non-instructional periods?
We haven't calculated that. The actual courses are what you see based off of a PTR. So what was constant was providing teachers according to every 27 kids in a middle school. We gave a teacher. If you'd like, we can do the same assessment from last year's data, but you can talk to middle school principals, middle school teachers. The classes were just smaller without the additional collaborative time. But what we heard about was the value of the collaborative time.
But we don't know what that increase was.
Yeah, if we did last year's numbers. I mean, I don't have hard numbers for you today, but last year's classroom numbers without a collaborative time had a lot smaller than the 27 to 1, because the 27 was based off of and assigned with 2 periods without students.
Right.
Last year we had 1 period without a student with the same PTR.
I think it'd be helpful to actually know comparable numbers there.
Sure. Yep, we could do that. We just have to capture last year's data.
Thank you.
Mr. Holloman?
And as a follow-up, are we running the same number of periods in a day last year and this year?
I believe, yes. Yes, we are. And we are continue to run them. Basically, the additional is the MTSS course where kids are getting additional support. So high school class size, we were right there. This demonstrates high school and electives, and this is kind of, did want to share that we do have, the largest class there is actually an elective science class. So students have set science classes that we need to get for graduation, and any one that they choose outside of that, although it's a core subject, it's an elected science. So when they're a senior, there's English 12, but I could also take theory of media English, or something like that. So, but anything that says core has to do with language, arts, science, social studies. The imbalance, as you can see, is that our elective classes at the high school are much smaller than our core classes, as well as career and technical. And AP is about the same size of the core. The smallest are sometimes independent courses that teachers are assigned, and it's just 1 period, and it could be even their prep period that they just take on a student to do an independent study. Like the smallest is East High School World Mythology. We offer that. And the student is combined with during the free time. So with that, wanted to share in a picture, a true picture of actual class sizes, so that the difference among when you set a pupil teacher ratio, the numbers in classrooms are truly determined, as well as the courses are determined at the school level. We have, through the MTSS model, really structured and standardized more of student needs rather than strictly what people want to teach. We've said, if these are your student needs, we need this many algebra courses. We need to have this many. And so we've become a little more structured in that at the secondary level with master schedules. And
One of the things that Dr. Stock says often is we want freedom to create our schedules or freedom in our classrooms, but what is in balance is equity. As freedom sometimes goes up, equity goes down if you can do whatever we want. And so we try to balance that self-determination in a school with ensuring that kids have opportunities and watching out for them, because sometimes we find those inequities.
Ms. Hildy?
So those like really small core elective classes, you said that's like maybe there's a study hall class. Is it almost like an independent study?
It is an independent study.
Overseeing it. It's not that we're offering, because I hear that sometimes. You have all these little classes, but it's not one kid sitting in an empty classroom with one teacher.
Correct.
totally
The
teaching
advanced
that one
placement
kid.
that's just 6 kids in there, but the 1-1 are not.
Okay.
Yeah. And we could like specifically look into them, but we just took the anomalies and actually wanted to find out where in the world is one. And that one is actually an independent study assigned to a teacher. The advanced placement is at Bartlett. There's just not very many kids. It is it's the highest calculus BC. So we have calculus AB and calculus BC. There's not very many students around the entire district that actually take that course. All right, what's that?
I said I want to.
Yeah, or who would want to? I love math. It's the greatest thing ever. Okay, good things. Let's just go there. We always have to share the good things going on, and wanted to say that we've heard several times Indigenous Peoples Day. Our president started with that this evening, and while Columbus Day is still a federally recognized holiday, Alaska celebrates Indigenous Peoples Day on the second Monday of October, along with 13 other states. Paul Ontuguk, director of the Alaska Native Studies at the University of Alaska Anchorage, says the legislation is a recognition of Alaska's first people, thousands of years long tenure in the state, and commemoration of Indigenous knowledge. According to the National Congress of American Indians, Alaska has the largest Indigenous population proportionally. And to share a little bit, some of our schools, Tyson and Clark to be specific, actually studied global Indigenous days and included South American Indigenous peoples in celebration, those from Mexico, as well as our very young Alaska Natives. So our schools really planned around their communities and the values of their communities, and so we wanted to share that. One of the things that we promised to continue to bring towards and forward to the board, you used to write a resolution about all different kinds of things in your support, and we wanted to know that the school board supports this as well as administration, called Lights On After School, and it's the 20th annual Lights On, will be October 24th. And this was launched in 2000, a program called Lights On After School, and it's a nationwide effort by the After School Alliance to focus on the importance of after-school activities in America. Numerous national studies show positive results in student behavior and achievement for students who regularly attend after-school program. In fact, Greenland, all kids, the whole community pays, and every student is involved in after-school programs in their community. The 21st Century Community Learning Centers, or CLC initiative, is the federal program that's dedicated solely to after-school programs, and we provide safe places for almost 5,000 students in Alaska. In Anchorage, 575 students are in our 21st Century school locations, which are 10 across the district. We provide academic enrichment as well as meeting state standards, and also have a lot of fun doing it. The centers focus on a broad array of services such as attending theater performances, science lessons, art, physical education, as well as SEL courses. So that is what's happening when you see what is on after school. The lights are on in the brains and literally. So the 30th Alaska State Legislature honors our ASD substitute teacher, Edward Washington II. We wanted to share this little tidbit that the 30th Alaska State legislation honored our substitute teacher, Edwin Washington II, with an award of recognition on Wednesday the 9th for his great contribution to the sounds and scenes of Anchorage. He's been heavily involved in many organizations since graduating Bartlett years ago. He's won multiple awards with his musical talents. He also Has a Bachelor's of Arts in 2016 from the University of Alaska to increase the culture for community of incoming students. He has been a substitute teacher for us for a few years. He's teaching presently at Clark Middle School and teaching as a substitute, teaching full-time in writing. And the Anchorage School District is proud to have educators like Edwin who are innovative and passionate about creating a positive culture in our community. So we wanted to share this tidbit with you. And the last good thing is we want to say congratulations to Dawn Wilcox, Jennifer Childress, and Josh Hall. We will honor them hopefully during a staff and student presentation. They did get, they were the awardees of the Presidential Award for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching. They are today in Washington, D.C., getting their recognition. They'll also receive a $10,000 award from the National Science Foundation, each of them. And there are one in elementary, one in science, and one in mathematics. And I want you to know that in our state, all three came from your very young school district, ASD. And with them, they're bringing in $30,000 to increase student achievement in our school district. So we will celebrate them soon. There is quite a few good things happening in ASD and hope we answered all your questions. Thank you.
And that's what makes ASD great. We are going to take a quick comfort break and we will be back in about 5 minutes, so I apologize. Okay, we're going to go back into session. Thank you for that indulgence.
I move to approve the consent agenda ASD memorandum number 035 personnel report.
Second.
We don't have Katie.
Well, that was
Sorry.
I'd like to move we never start the meeting without Katie here again. Yeah.
So they already did the personal report and seconded it.
Thank you.
Okay.
And it's Andy?
Yep. So, no, that's okay.
Okay.
So, board members, please vote. And that passes with 7 yeas.
I move to approve the expulsion of the student associated with ASD incident number 1301357 as discussed in executive session.
Second.
Board members, please vote. And that motion passes with 7 yeas.
I move to approve the reinstatement of the student associated with ASD incident number 1277979 as discussed in executive session.
Second.
Board members, please vote. And that motion passes with 7 yeas. So at this time, before we get into our action items, I'm going to read a statement. And these are the procedures for agenda item testimony as follows. An action item memo is first introduced by the Vice President and if seconded by another board member, I will open the floor for public testimony. If you have signed up in advance or indicated you are interested in providing testimony, I will call on you to come to the front table to speak. You have 3 minutes to talk and you will see a timer on the screen to your left and the monitor with the time remaining and inform you of when you need to conclude. After all testimony closes, I will open the floor for board discussion, followed by the student board representative vote, before finally calling for the official vote. The voting results will actually be on the screen to the left here.
I move to approve ASD memorandum number 014 and authorize the superintendent to accept a grant award from the Alaska Department of Education and Early Development deed for $257,361. This award is for a 1-year grant to provide Title I preschool classrooms in collaboration with Kids Corp Incorporated, Head Start at Airport Heights, Creekside Park, and Willow Crest Elementary Schools.
Second.
Is there any public testimony on this memorandum 014? No public testimony. Is there any board discussion? Okay, and our student has gone home, I'm assuming, because she'd like to get out for school in the morning. And so if I get a board member's vote, please. And that memorandum 014 passes with 7 yeas.
I move to approve ASD memorandum number 018 and authorize the superintendent to accept a grant award from DEED for $1,394,362. This award is for the second year of a 2-year grant to implement and support inclusive preschool classrooms at 6 elementary schools for the 2019-20 school year.
Second.
Is there any public testimony on memorandum 018? Hearing no public testimony, is there any board discussion? I have a question, and I think I asked you this earlier, Dr. Bishop, but what happens with this grant? Is this a grant we can reapply for, Or is this the end of that grant in 6 preschools?
Yeah, I believe that each year the district or the state puts together new grants, and this would be the end of this grant cycle. And in their budget, the legislature would put together a new grant cycle and access through deed. They just have to fund it. And so similar to your operations money that we talked about in finance, it's given each year that it actually is funded. This was funded 2 years ago, and remember last year when preschool was initially cut, we said, don't worry, that this wasn't our grant because that was funded by deed prior year.
Right.
So you would just wait, similar to your operations money.
So there is the chance that it might not be out there, but more than likely it will be out there.
There's a right, but just because of the way the winds are blowing, we can pretty much determine that. But in regard to how the BSA is uncertain and your operations money is uncertain, this carries the same uncertainty. It's definitely year to year.
Okay, thank you.
Or every 2 years. Right?
Okay. Board members vote, please. And that memorandum 018 passes with 7 yeas.
I move to approve ASD Memorandum Number 024 and authorize the superintendent to accept a grant from the Novo Foundation in the amount of $450,000 to support a phased rollout of collaborative team structures, intervention centers, reset zones, and adult SEL skill development by contracting with engaging schools to provide professional development and an instructional coach consultant to work with participating schools.
Second.
Is there any public testimony on Memorandum 024? Hearing none, is there any board discussion? No board discussion. Board members, please vote. Memorandum 024 passes unanimously with 7 yeas.
I move to approve ASD Memorandum Number 025 and authorize the superintendent to accept a grant from DEED for $71,682 to support 3 Anchorage School District alternative schools, Avail, Benson, and Save.
Second.
Is there any public testimony on Memorandum 025? Seeing no public testimony, is there any board discussion? No board discussion. Board members, please vote. Memorandum 025 passes unanimously with 7 yeas.
I move to approve ASD Memorandum Number 036 and authorize the superintendent to accept a grant award from Alaska Department of Education and Early Development DEED for $149,154. This award is for a 1-year grant to provide sound and developmentally appropriate learning environments by replacing worn materials, furniture, and technology in special education preschool classrooms.
Second.
Is there any public testimony on Memorandum 036? Hearing none, is there any board discussion? No board discussion. Board members, please vote. Memorandum 036 passes unanimously with 7 yeas.
I move to approve ASD Memorandum Number 038 and authorize the superintendent to accept a continuation grant award from the Alaska Department of Education and Early Development DEED in the amount of $59,800 for the final months of a 5-year project.
Second.
Is there any testimony, public testimony on Memorandum 038? Seeing no public testimony, is there any board discussion? Ms. Hildy.
I'm just wondering, as this one wraps up, are we going to see a culmination of the impact it had on students? I mean, I assume there's a tracking, or is that is that something that we expect, or is it just something we're just thankful for and it doesn't really matter?
I will we'll have that answer, and part of our grant final submission is a grant report at the end and conclusion, so Maria will be here to. Maria, if you could introduce yourself and your present job as well as your former job.
The mouth. There you go.
Hi, my name is Maria Hernandez. I am currently the assistant principal for Benny Benson and Avail High School, and previously the grant coordinator for the Project Aware grant. So once we finish, ASD does a final review of the grant, and then DEED also provides us a report, and usually that comes out second semester. I've provided the previous reports for Project Aware, I think last year. And so it does provide kind of a number of how many activities we provided, that the funds provided, how many students we served, and what changes it made. There was also a research piece in this through the University of Alaska. Last year, it wasn't funded this year, but there is data also collected for that grant through the University of Alaska. And you guys have most of that information. You don't have the final report.
Okay. Ms. Hildy?
And I have no doubts that it's fabulous, and I think it was probably wonderful. One of the things I hear from people sometimes is we have a lot of programs, and what is it worth the time that we invest to do all these different programs? And I want to be able to confidently know that. But this isn't like a priority. I'm just wondering, so just toss it on that RFI. Or,
All right. Well, it sounds like a good one. We should know that our programs are being successful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no further board discussion? Board members, please vote. And that memorandum 038 passes unanimously with 7 yeas.
I move to approve ASD Memorandum Number 049 that the Anchorage School Board rescind Resolution 2015-2016 Number 14, Resolution on Capital Improvement Planning.
Second.
Is there any public testimony on 049? Hearing none, is there any board discussion? Ms. Hildy?
Not for any reason, I'll just lay it out so people are wondering what it is. In 2015-16, after bond debt reimbursement was hiatus, the board wrote a resolution saying the 6-year capital plan through 2020 should just focus on fixing what we've got. And while that's an existing resolution that limits our 6-year planning, we could do this in our 6-year planning. But it really limits the scope of what we can do, and that's why we have a 6-year plan, so that we can have those discussions. Each board each year can review the current needs of the district. And this was brought to us by the capital planning, saying these are some restrictions we're working with.
Mr. Donnelly?
Thank you, Madam President. There's some good things in this existing resolution, and I see it more as a guideline. It says it would provide the following guidance to the administration for the initial package they would bring to the board, but the board, of course, would maintain the discretion, especially in such circumstances we're faced with this year with the earthquake damages. Clearly, that's a unique situation that needs to be addressed in a unique manner that's not anticipated by a general policy. So I don't see that this really conflicts with addressing the earthquake issues, but it does have some really important concepts contained in it. Data-based assessment, that the district should continue to have a data-based assessment process that ranks projects based on the condition of the building from the facility's condition index and its suitability as a school. I think that's very valuable, and I think the school capacity study continues to be an issue that needs to be considered. It's a very complex calculation of whether any consolidations of schools would actually result in saving money, but I think it is a worthy one to consider, keep on the table for consideration in the 6-year capital project planning. And the continuation of the high priority components such as essential HVAC and roofs and boilers, all those kind of things that are the very foundations of our schools that are absolutely necessary for them to be successful and safe educational facilities. So I think there's a lot here. I'm just concerned about throwing it all away. There's a lot of goods here.
Ms. Hildy?
I'm not trying to sound like the advocate for it. I'm just saying what I've, had a chance to discuss it. But none of that goes away in rescinding this. That's just our 6-year capital plan. We can express all of those priorities in it. We could make it exactly what it is right now, and our 6-year capital plan would say this is the plan for the school district. So if we loved everything in this, we could just say that's what we want, or we can do, you can do whatever you want. But right now, if you look at our 6-year capital plan, this is at the front of it. This says this is what's driving our decision making versus the board providing direction in our annual 6-year capital plan review.
And actually, that was being used as direction to SEAC and what we were looking at for the next 5 years with a bond debt hiatus, I guess you want to call it. And I think, Mr. Donnelly, you're correct, there's some good things in here, but I think that given where we're at and with the new board, since this was written, we need to have, we can still provide that direction to the committee without having this resolution. And if this resolution is something the board wants to reenact with a new resolution, we can certainly take that up. But at this time, I think that would be something we'd be working on for next year that we need to move forward with since we're talking about our bond this evening. Ms. Mitchell.
So what part of this conflicts with our current situation?
Anybody? I'm just looking for it.
Sure. Well, the date of the priorities of what to focus on in 16 to 20, but what the kayak committee came back with is that to continue to use data, continue to use the information, but if we wanted to look, there was a specific ask in regard to inlet view. Do we want to start looking if our plan for the next 6 years and this guidance would be just major maintenance, then schools like Inlet View would not be considered because that is to remodel. And they have come before you. And so those are some of the issues, Abbott Loop, some other needs. So if you wanted to stay strictly with major maintenance, that's possible. But if the board wanted latitude for their 6-year plan, to really broaden out, even if the moratorium doesn't come off, the guidance to the group is made up of community members, employees, capital folks. The guidance to that group would be different. And perhaps the board doesn't want to change that guidance. But in the comments last year through last year's bond, and that cycle was to consider just a broader range of needs of schools. And we've heard some this evening as well.
And I'll just add that I think if we continue down that path, yes, we could address those deferred maintenances that we have, but we'd also, this may never change, and we still have to address those schools that need the upgrades as far as security in their buildings and entrances and that sort of thing. Any other board comments or questions? Okay, board members, please vote. Did you send it? I didn't get it. Oh, wait a minute. Where am I? Wait a minute. There it is. Okay, and that memorandum 049 passes unanimously with 7 yeas. Thank you. We are now moving on to our non-action items. Are there any non-action items the board would like to pull? Ms. Hildy.
I'd like to pull ASD memorandum number 039.
Thank you. Any others? Okay, that's the only resolution that we are going to pull. Then I will open up discussion on, I gotta get back up there. Memorandum 039, approval of April 2020 bond proposal. And I see that Mr. Roth and George Michaelis and Tom and
Venison.
Venison. I said Tom, I just said Tom.
Oh, yeah, you said Tom Mr.
Yeah.
I thought it was Tom Westminster.
So gentlemen, I don't know if you want to begin, and then we can ask questions. Or make
Madam
comments.
President, I would be happy to do that. So thank you for the opportunity to spend time this evening to introduce the administration's 2020 bond proposition. And I'm not intending to speak for 1 hour, but we are certainly happy to entertain any comments and questions during this presentation. As mentioned, I've got Mr. Tom Fenisef with me and Mr. George Bikalis. I also want to point out we do have the co-chairs from our CIAC, Mr. John Bolkow and Ms. Lisa Lansdale, who also have had an opportunity to review the bond as well as the 6-year plan, and they have provided an evaluation. But again, we are certainly happy to have them speak on their behalf. So, our purpose tonight is to inform the board and to answer questions on the 2020 bond proposition, and that we're going to do this in the context of a proposed 6-year capital improvement plan. So up front, I acknowledge that this is a lot of information, and it is going to be in a fairly compressed period of time. And as always, I will pause periodically, but throughout this presentation, by all means, please ask questions. We're happy to welcome those. So I'm kind of a bottom line up front. So this year, the administration is proposing an earthquake recovery and mitigation bond for the total amount of $79,780,000. And in 2021, or year 2 of the 6-year plan, the administration recommends that the district not pursue a municipal bond. So extrapolated over a 2-year period, this breaks down to roughly $40 million per year. So I want to emphasize that the main effort for this brief tonight is about the 2020 bond proposition, and that bond proposition, either in its current or in an amended form, will come to the board for action at the next board meeting on the 5th of November. The 6-year CIP, and I'll talk to the products in front of you, the 6-year CIP is scheduled to come to the board for introduction and action in the month of January. We'll talk to it, but I just want to emphasize that the focus tonight is on the bond. So I'll start by stating, really kind of an obvious comment, that the 30 November 7.1 magnitude earthquake really rocked the apple cart. And this bond proposal, as well as the 6-year plan, have been markedly affected by it. The general impact is that previously identified capital needs that were on the 6-year plan have effectively shifted to the right to accommodate earthquake repair requirements. For us to be eligible for state and federal reimbursement, the district is operating on a bit of a time constraint, in that we have to complete projects within a set period of time, generally within a 4-year period. The guidance is 18 months, but we think that we can still request extensions. So the state continues to work with the state, or the district continues to work with the state DHS emergency management, as well as FEMA. And again, we're prepared to talk on those topics, although we're not focused on that this evening. We understand that topic of debt or recovery or reimbursement is significant and germane to this discussion. So I'd like to very briefly talk to the products you have in front of you. So you should have two 11 by 17 sheets, look like this. The first is, you'll see in watermark, it'll be course of action, or COA 1. So this product, again, this is not the recommended year 1 or 2020 bond or the 6-year plan, but it will provide.
I don't mean to interrupt you. I just want to let the board members know that it's at the top of that sheet, that COA 1 and 2.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Sorry.
you, Madam President. So this particular course of action really does, it generally mirrors the bond or the 6-year plan from last year with the following differences. So as mentioned, year 1 is earthquake repair and mitigation. In this example, there are no other additional projects in this year, with the exception of some money that would be requested for planning and design for subsequent requirements. The amount for this year 1 proposition is $56,860,000. And I just want to bring to your attention, there are 2 specific projects. Greening Middle School at $23,456,000 and the Eagle River Earthquake, or the Eagle River Elementary School. So greening, this amount, the $24 million, represents earthquake repair, but also it represents seismic improvements and a roof replacement that the board approved earlier in the year. For Eagle River, the $3 million that you see represented there, that is an additive to the $12 million that the board approved for repair, a roof, and seismic improvement. And this $3 million additional amount represents some improvements that we believe are appropriate and prudent given the nature of the repairs that will be going on in Eagle River Elementary School.
May I clarify, the 12 million was approved?
Sure, through the president to Dr. Bishop. So when we initially had the PAR analysis of Eagle River Elementary School, we had multiple tiers. The first tier was the cost to just do the earthquake repairs. But because that building failed, we came back to the board with the recommendation that we actually improve the seismic performance of that building, as well as replace the roof. And that total amount came up to about 12.1 million. So those monies, of that 12 million, so we know the board approved and was subsequently passed by the voters $4 million for repairs in the Chugiak Eagle River area. We also had residual monies from previous bond authorities that we were able to effectively source that 12.1 million. So this additional 3 million that you see on the proposition is over and above that amount. So we don't have those funds available through older bond authority. So we are requesting on this proposition that we would add this amount to the 12.1 million. So I'll pause for any other questions.
That's what I wanted to clarify, that they weren't only board approved, they were voter approved as well, monies.
The voters did approve both the roof, 6 million, plus the 4 million that the board added to the bond proposition. So if I might just very briefly continue on this course of action, or this 6-year plan, you'll note that Abbott Loop, Inlet View are still on the bond proposition for design. In year 3, again, moved 1 year to the right, and then for a construction bond in year 5. So that is consistent, with the exception of just moving that 1 year to the right. The deferred maintenance projects in years 3 and year 5, again, those are the same that were on the previous 6-year plan, just moved. The other difference here is that, again, we are recommending, and this is consistent in the other course of action, that 2021 not be a bond year. Also, that in year 3 and year 5, what we're proposing are multi-year bonds, so 2-year bonds. So I'll pause. This is the last I intend to talk to this course of action 1. Again, it is not the recommended bond or 6-year plan.
So we let, yes, why don't we let you continue, Mr. Robson?
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. So the next project, or the next product, you'll see it's the same size, but in watermark you'll see draft diagonally in place on the product.
Ours both have drafts.
It's at the top.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. No, I know what CA1, but just so you know, they
Gotcha,
both say
okay.
draft.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Crazy Ivan. You know what a Crazy Ivan is?
Yeah. We're on course of action 2.
Course of action 2, thank you. So, course of action 2, and this is the recommended bond proposition, you see 2020 year one, $79,780,000. Now, the big differences I will highlight, and we're prepared to talk in as much detail as the board wants to go into. So, Inlet View Elementary School, instead of moving that in the outer years by 1 year, we're recommending to bring that project forward, the design specifically in 2020, for approximately $3,346,000. This is to replace Inlet View Elementary School, again, a school that was built in 1957, and frankly, the capacity of the building does not support the needs of the student population. So, as I continue down, the next school you'll see is Greening Middle School for an amount of $43,047,000. And I want to very briefly talk to the difference. So we talked briefly about these tiers of repair. You have a product in front of you as well. It's this sheet here, and I'll reference that, and I'll ask Mr. Fenisef to also spend some time, since it was Tom and his team that have been in the building the most. So the first order of business is to repair the damage of Greening Middle School. And the estimate that we have, again, we have a 35% design back, is about $10.7 million. And this amount we think is significant because we believe that that is the amount that would be eligible for state and federal reimbursement. So we have to disaggregate that amount from the remainder. Level B, again, this is what the board approved, authorized us to move forward on. Level B represents the increased seismic performance of the building to 6.5 damage control and a new roof. And that brings the project amount to $23.9 million. So category C, which is for $18.3 million, represents what we believe are appropriate improvements to the building, given the fact that we are going to be inside the building doing a number of repairs and replacing the roof. And we'll very briefly cover those. I'm actually going to ask Tom Fenisef if he would talk to that, those additional improvements at Greening, and then we'll pause, and we're happy to entertain any comments or questions.
So, thank you. Through the president. So, level C, basically what you're looking at is you wouldn't even be able to recognize it mostly. It's a new school. It includes replacing the concrete masonry unit veneer that caused us many of the problems with the walls right now, replacing flooring, repainting the interior, replacing acoustical ceilings, changing the admin area and the flow of the building where you would enter to make it a more secure environment. It also means reconfiguring the parking lots to allow better traffic flow through Greening. And in one of the setups, they have the bus traffic moving around the back, and that's separated from where the staff parking and the student drop-off would be, as opposed to now where they're kind of intermingled, and it's causing some issues. On electrical and mechanical level, it would include lighting and control systems, intercom telecommunications, new panel boards, basically an updated code-compliant electrical system, and then replacing many of the mechanical air handling units and ventilation systems associated with Greening that were either damaged during the earthquake or just require repair.
So just, if I might, just to comment that the majority, if not all these systems, are original equipment to the school when it was constructed in the mid-'80s. So it really has reached its service life.
So this would also constitute a renewal for this building, and most likely would not have to touch any of those systems or the buildings, any major components, for another 20 years or so.
And I think I know the answer to this, but if we say do level B and defer level C, if we were to come back later and do level C, I assume 18 million wouldn't cover it. That there's I'm assuming there's a lot of synergy with A and B and C happening at the same time.
So if I might, I mean, I can offer my opinion. I think it would be more expensive. But what I would offer, some of these things, if you consider them, if you've been in the school even before the earthquake, but more so after, boy, if there was a school that was in desperate need of paint, carpets, flooring, I mean, lighting, it's greening. So this is really kind of an opportunity to make right a school that needs these improvements to be, I don't know, a place that you would want to go to school. You want to be a teacher at. And we had the opportunity. We walked through with Bobby and Kelly, and I think we're at a place where what's being proposed will really deliver, I think, what they want, what they hope for this school.
Ms. Hildy?
The price tag is high for greening, but logistically, it simply makes, if we're going to invest in greening in the long term, then now is the time to do that investment. I was just at a school that had, they got to move all the kids away and then move them back. And sometimes that happens. It's part of this process, but the school's empty right now. They're going to be getting in there, tearing out things. When I talk to contractors, they're like, do the work when we're in there. You are getting a better return on your dollar when we can do it all at once. So I can see that being a practical step at this time.
Ms. Mitchell?
So I just have to ask, because this is a lot of money, how much would it cost to raise the school and build a new one?
Tom, you may have a better recollection. I recall that figure was somewhere around 75 million.
76 million.
76 million to replace.
And Madam President, may I go back and revisit it? Because I think Member Hildy's comment was exactly what I understood Member Holloman asking. Is it effective or cost saving to do all the work at once? Or, I think that we did that, that was the Romig West thing with that extra hallway when we replaced the old earthquake. So is there not financial savings that way, or is there? Because I don't know that we actually answered your question.
Yeah, through the president, yes. I again, without breaking out the scope of the project into two separate projects, but just the setup cost alone, to have separate contractors coming in at separate times, the efficiencies there, the efficiencies lost are significant. But to Dr. Bishop's point, if you're in the school, if you're working the roof, you're doing all these what I would call very invasive procedures to the building, that you're gonna create the need to do things like painting, replacing carpeting and flooring and those kinds of things. So yes, you save money.
Mr. Holloman?
And that actually was why I was asking, because we're labeling this as earthquake, but actually I think some people look at this and go, well, this isn't really earthquake damage. You're renewing the school, which I think you properly termed it. I assume it's on the order of millions of dollars more expensive to go back and do these things later. And as you pointed out, they're at the point where they need to be done. I'm thinking that it would be wasteful to do level B and then say 3 years from now go in and do level C. That you would tear up a lot of things that had just been fixed. You would duplicate a lot of work and everything. I think the public may ask us, and I don't want them to take my word for it. I want it to be Tom Ross' word.
So as part of the capital improvement plan, we actually keep a 12-year capital improvement plan. And Gruning had existed beyond the 6th year as coming up for major renovation. So we're essentially moving that forward with this project.
And I think we have it labeled correctly when we say recovery and educational improvements, because we do want to be transparent. Mr. Donnelly.
Madam President, Tom, on column 3 of COA 2, there's a component for prioritized security projects. There's also in column 5. Of those two items, how much of the current list of security needs do they represent?
I can answer that.
Okay. Let's do it.
So in 2019, we had the board approved $12.6 million for prioritized security projects. That mainly involves secure vestibules. On our list of identified projects, we have over 30 different schools that need some kind of secure vestibule upgrade. So the first round addresses, I think it's about 12 of them. So what we're trying to do over the next 6 years is hit the priority ones first and then get them all within the next 6 to 10 years.
Are those any of those security projects that are represented on the COA 2 plan not currently needed?
Well, they're all currently needed, but there are some schools that need them more. For instance, where you have a administrative area that is located in the center of the school and not located near the front entrance where you can control access to that school at one point. That requires a greater amount of work, so we're working on getting those first.
Well, just in my priority scale, in addition to the earthquake recovery money, I believe the school hardening to protect our students is a very, very high priority also. And I'm concerned with postponing those projects out to year 3 and 5 of the plan. Under the COA 2 plan, the retired debt projected for the first 2 years of the plan is over $100 million, 110, and we're incurring less than 80 new money. Right now I'm leaning towards advocating for inclusion of the security projects within the first year of the plan.
Ms. Hilding and then Dr. Bishop.
I share Member Donnelly's concern because it is hard to see those so far out. I know we've mentioned, or you've explained the challenge of having multiple small projects and the need for limitations on project managers. I get very stressed seeing only earthquake because we had all these other things and it's not our fault we had the earthquake. And I want to tell our community we need earthquake and ongoing maintenance. But I know there's a limit to how much work can be done at one time. Is this year one is that really the max? I mean, some of these are kind of small dollar projects, but they get, they require their own project manager. Do all of the earthquake, like they have to be done this year from a safety and security standpoint? I guess I'm having just some, trying to understand that better.
So I get, we can through the president, through to Member Hildy. So I guess Tom and I can kind of mutt and Jeff this one. So the thing about the earthquake damages, particularly those where you're talking, cracks in the envelope of the building, irregardless of the FEMA timeline, you just don't want those to hang out for long because of the environmental impact of Alaska is very difficult on buildings. So I think a lot of these projects represent a somewhat timely need to seal the buildings up, fix the envelope, fix the interior of the building. So there's that piece. I understand the concerns about deferred maintenance. It's been deferred for a significant period of time. With regards to the management of it, and really it's Tom's purview, but like you've indicated, you know, all these projects, they all require their own special care and feeding. They do require a project manager to see them through, in many cases, design through construction and all the pieces that go with that. So we are, my impression, and Tom may have other opinions, I think we are kind of at that point where we have met our capacity, that for us to take on more small projects, we would have to expand the size of his staff.
So as the senior director, I'm also the program manager. And one of the things I track very closely is our capacity as an organization and the capacity of workload. So I'm looking at project managers and how they line up with workload. As it stands right now, my department can handle about $50 to $60 million of projects. So if and when bond passes in 2020, we'll definitely looking at hiring more people to handle, you know, almost $80 million in projects. So a short answer to your question, yes, we are at pretty much our capacity right now.
The other thing with that is, I mean, do we have the resources? I mean, outside companies that do we have enough of those to do all these projects?
Right now, we're kind of pushing the limit on roof projects in terms of available roofing contractors in the area. That's why we've kind of spaced them out so we can continually do roofs with our current organization and not put too much stress on the roofing contractor market.
So we presently have roofing projects out, correct? And then we are suggesting additional bonds for recovery that have possible reimbursements. How can we then, if there's any savings on the roofing projects because of efficiency, and then the recovery, the earthquake, if we are given money back by the earthquake, how may we spend those funds? Additional roofs that possibly aren't on the bond? And boilers?
Yeah, through the president and superintendent. So the answer to the question is we have a couple of options when it comes to the FEMA reimbursement. Assuming that FEMA agrees with the funding and the costs that we're presenting to them for some of these projects, and they approve it, then the two options that we have are this. One is that we can go ahead and do the projects on bond money and then seek reimbursement on a periodic basis, or seek reimbursement when the project's completed. When the project's completed, they're going to basically go ahead and do the final accounting and balance out whatever that is, so that we get the full amount of what that project would have cost. That money, if we have already spent bond money to go ahead and take care of the project, then that money is available from FEMA to be used on other projects. And it could be boilers, it could be deferred maintenance, it could be whatever it is that's a priority for the board.
I'd also like to add that the language of the 2019 bond allows us to use those funds towards earthquake recovery. So we have a little bit more flexibility with that. Also, we're seeking numerous mitigation grants through FEMA that you don't see on the bond, but cover things such as district-wide improvements to the seismic resiliency of our ceilings, walls, and other important measures. Yeah, HVAC, bracing for our mechanical and electrical.
Ms. Mitchell?
So obviously our earthquake repair is pretty critical, but I know that over the past couple of years we have really tried to bond for the amount we're retiring, A, because there's not a huge impact on our taxpayers, and B, because with, I don't know what the number was, Jim, over the past 20 years we now have 30 million, 300 million less in outstanding bonds than we used to, and so we're falling farther behind in our deferred maintenance. Do you remember what that number was?
We currently have $660 million in deferred maintenance.
And about 14 years ago, we had $77 million in deferred maintenance and just shy of $750 million in bond debt. And now we have less than $500 million in bond debt, and the deferred maintenance is well over $500,000.
So we're falling behind. So I guess when I look at this, I agree with Member Donnelly that, if we're retiring 112,000, roughly 113,000 or 107,000, I'm sorry, it's late, in debt, and we're only asking for 76,000 over 2 years. My assumption is we are not going to be, if this is a 2-year bond, which I completely support, we aren't going to be doing all the work in year one. We're going to be spreading it out over 2 years, or are you going to bunch it
Longer.
up toward the beginning of that 2-year cycle?
Through the president, typically, bond authority is spent over a period of, say, 2 to 5 years.
So I guess my preference would be to, the things that we had, that we said were urgent last year before the earthquake haven't lost their urgency, right? Just because the earthquake happened, we need to fix the earthquake stuff. But I would personally want to see, if we're doing a 2-year bond, I'd want to see it replaced, being in an amount that is equivalent to the bond debt that we're looking to retire.
But Mr. Roth, aren't we also taking that next year and combining it with the year that we're asking for the bond? So that's the 2-year bond period, not the year beyond that. So we're taking 2000, I gotta put my glasses back on. We're taking 2021 and 2022 as the 2-year bond.
So Madam President, I guess I'm kind of looking at it the other way.
Okay.
I'm seeing us not bonding in 2021, somewhat tied to this bond proposition going forward. I mean, as a talking point, that we're going to ask for an amount close to 80 million with the promise to the public not to bond in 2021.
Correct. But I'm going to go ahead and add in the larger bond is actually in the 3rd year.
Right.
So we coupled the 2nd year of the city having a bond, moved that over to the next year, and that's why that's grown.
Right. So if I might, through the president, just to comment to Dr. Bishop's point. So we have had conversations with the municipality. And that we have approached them with the prospect of alternating bond years, and then we would bond for larger amounts. I mean, you'll see in year 3 as an example, we're looking at about 120 million in that range, and then they would take the alternate year. But they right now they've not committed to it. Not surprisingly, we really haven't done detailed discussions with them. They do see risk because they bond differently. We typically bond a single bond proposition for the entire district, whereas they have separate departments that bond independently. So some of them are not thinking that it's worth the risk. So,
Ms. Hildy?
I'll say that I share some concerns on under bonding for those 2 years, given how far away we are from our deferred maintenance, digging out of that and the very real needs our schools have. I get that the number sounds big, but if there's a way that this whole board supports that number, because it isn't over, but it's just holding even. If our whole board is supporting that, and the efficiencies of being able to plan for 2 years and not have to keep coming back, and then addressing some of the very real needs, we could be asking for a very large sounding bond, but it would in fact be under bonding still, more than the 79 million.
Well, Mr. Holloman's next, and then Ms. Ms. Michaelis, and then Mr. Donnelly.
The other thing that is complex, I think, is that we are bonding for a lot of things we're anticipating reimbursement for. And for example, to look at greening, I assume that we're hoping about 24 million is eligible for reimbursement, but I assume that 18 for basically renewal of the building is not. That's not something FEMA would look at as part of the,
So,
okay, or just the 10. So my question is, of the total bond of around $80 million, what part of that do we see the potential for FEMA reimbursing?
$42 million of that is potential reimbursement by FEMA.
Ms. Vacalis?
This is the first time in, I don't know how many years, since we've done a bond of this size, or even I can't even think of the last time we did a 2-year bond. And so making sure we approach the community in a very smart way so that this sticker shock doesn't just immediately, turn people off, I think is something to be considered. Right now, we're looking at 80 million over the retirement of, 110, give or take. But then in 3 and 4, we're looking at 115 on a retirement of 90. So then we're already, exceeding, in that one. So if we're trying to tie it to bond debt reimbursement in any way, shape, or form, are we going to bring that one backwards? I don't know. I know there are a lot of people, especially in today's climate, that even this will make a little bit nervous. Obviously, it's how we communicate and what we.
Can I let Ms. Mitchell speak first? Ms. Mitchell? Mr. Donnelly, sorry. Mr. Donnelly was next. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I mean, I can move on from that point. I guess my only other question is, when are we anticipated to vote on this as a bond package? Because I can tell, when I go to Fred Meyer's, or I go to a football game, or I go just about anywhere in Eagle River, this is always one of those continued conversations as somebody who lives out there. As you know, and I know that we talked as an ad hoc committee about the $26 million level, and you kind of remember a lot of those conversations about that, and so to jump it up to 43, I want to be able to go out and talk to the community about that, not resurrect the whole thing or anything like that, but I'd like to be able to make sure people are aware of what's going on and the why and what the pros and the cons and the investments and the reimbursements and just the kind of all to it, to find out where they kind of stand now, where they put the dollar value on some of this stuff. And so I don't know if that's a month away, how much time before the bond actually comes up, not for a non-action, but an action item that's 2 or 3 meetings away.
Yeah, so if I might just very briefly comment to that through the president. So again, our plan, unless the board votes to extend the process, is to come to the board for action on the 5th of November. I mean, this is a public document right now. It's been posted. I think it's fair game to have conversations with the community right now, and I understand some of the sentiments. Our driving timeline is for this to be on the ballot, it has to be approved by the Assembly by their second meeting in January. We typically try to build at least a 1-meeting cushion where the Assembly not to approve or vote on it that first meeting in January. Then there's a second bite at the apple. So we, in the month of November, again, we try to get this through the process with the school board in November. We will send it to bond council within days of whatever action the board chooses to take. And once we get that packet back, then it goes straight to the county or the municipal clerk for processing into the Assembly. We hope to get it in front of the Assembly for their first look in December so they can act on it. So that's kind of a long way of getting to the timing piece. Within all of that, once it gets through the Assembly is when typically board members have gone out to community councils and spoken on the bond.
Yeah, and I'm just going to add to your first question. I just want to reorient the board to the thoughts that went into the course of action 2 in regard to the double years. So again, we're because it's a 6-year, I think naturally you chunk it in 2s. This was actually designed to say in the first year we're going to, so marketing it, we're going to continue, although there's been additional suggestions by the board, it doesn't mean it have to, but the idea that first started behind this wasn't that 1 and 2 are the coupled years. The marketing and the discussion was and then could be adjusted that it is primary earthquake recovery and safety. Then we will not come back to the public to bond next year, and we will start a 2-year cycle, let those monies accrue, and then the third year is the larger bond. So 2 and 3 are coupled, 4 and 5 are coupled. The off year 6 would be the next year. So this 1 year was the off year to say, this is earthquake recovery and safety. And then the 2-year cycle of the larger, would be those others. Not to say that that couldn't be changed, but I've heard several things, and the intention was the opposite, to start it. Because in the city, we'd both bond this year, and then they would do their 2-year next year. We said, if we could talk you into it, you do your 2-year first, and then we'll do ours the second year. Giving them really the edge in that they're seeing bond. So that was kind of something we acquiesced to give that third year. So to us, the 2-year cycle is, because we keep saying, well, we're retiring in 1 and 2 this, and then adding that. I mean, I guess you could add it on, but the theory was recovery, and then we could say safety, and then sell the message of a 2-year bond, because that's going to be the newness of it. But we could do it a different way. But when we discussed it, that was kind of how it was shared. But any way that it's now designed can happen that way. And additions, subtractions, changes, all that good stuff. But I just wanted to clarify that.
Right. So Mr. Donnelly is next, then Ms. Hildy, and then myself. And Ms. Margot.
Thank you, Madam President. 2 points. Even if FEMA reimburses some of these expenditures, which we certainly hope they will and anticipate they will, it's still all going to be new debt unless the reimbursement is utilized to buy down the existing debt, because it's anticipated it may be used for deferred maintenance. So it's still all going to still be debt. And the second point is to really understand the impact, to be able to explain it to voters. We need to understand the fiscal impact of the distinction between the retired debt being reimbursable by the state at some percentage, which is changing from year to year, the amount of debt that we're retiring that is still eligible for state retirement or reimbursement, versus all the new debt being 100% local tax paid for. And until we have an analysis of that, we're not going to know how these numbers compare, the new debt versus the retirement of the old debt. I'm going to think, my general guess is that there is a multi-million-dollar gap between the actual impact of the debt we're retiring versus the new debt, because the old debt we're retiring was reimbursable debt to some extent, maybe, and it's getting less and less every year. So we need to know what that differential is if we're going to make an assessment, to try to equate that.
Do we have that, Mr. Anderson?
I have a listing, I have all the information for all the state bond debt for the next 15 years. And Mr. Donnelly is naturally correct. We've talked about this. It does keep getting smaller and smaller. In fact, after the next couple years, it drops below 40 million and then and keeps dropping. So I could run the state bond debt against what Tom is proposing. The challenge is the assumption, the public assumption that we'll never get state bond debt reimbursement back for old bonds sold. Do we assume that it's just for this next 3 years, or do we assume for the next 15 years it's 50% or zero? I think once we start making plans for a permanent 50% reduction of state bond debt, I don't know that we have anything to base that on. We can certainly do it for the next 3 years. I think that would be a fair assumption that it might be the case. I don't know that we would naturally assume that it would always be 50% or that it would necessarily drop to zero.
Ms. Hildy?
Just a few points. Member Vacalis mentioned it would be a higher bond in year 3 and 4, but over 4 years, it wouldn't be a higher. We would still be under bonding over those 4 years. So even though the year 3 bond looks higher than the bond at retirement, over 4 years, we've still under bonded for 4 years. So that's a real concern. How we communicate that is an absolute challenge. Member Donnelly mentioned the fact that if FEMA does reimburse some of the 79 million proposed bond, we wouldn't be refunding the voters or the taxpayers. We choose another avenue to use whatever money gets approved. I see that could be used for the deferred maintenance. I want to be honest with taxpayers about that process, but it's a good thing. I mean, if we can get earthquake money, and we are still, even if you didn't get that, under bonding for those 2 years. But there's a potential to be able to do more projects than is listed here, I think, right?
So I'm next, and then it's going to be Ms. Bellamy. And the thing we do have this on our next meeting for an action item. I do believe we need to postpone this for several reasons. And I'm going to say because at our ad hoc committee, we did talk about postponing the vote on this until the ad hoc committee could come up with a resolution or solution. So, and just because of the discussion we're having tonight, I think maybe we need one more time, and I don't think that'll affect anything with the municipality, but I'm going to make the recommendation that we move it from, and we don't have to do it right this second, we finish our discussion, but I am going to make the recommendation that we move our action item from the 1st of November to the middle of November. Yeah.
I'd second that if it needs to.
I don't think you have to second that. It's just creating an agenda.
Right. Ms. Bellamy.
I just had, well, most of my questions were answered already, having to do with the new debt and how that fits into the whole local contributions and the impact of all that, and then how do we explain it? The amount we get from FEMA, and it's going to be after the fact, right? And how we, I'm optimistic, but what if the bond does not pass? Then what do we do with all this earthquake? With the earthquake, how do we handle that? I know we'll get 43 million from FEMA, maybe.
So through the president to Member Bellamy, the one option that is available to the board, again, from the bond that was passed in 2020, bond council language does authorize the board to approve redirection of that money or that amount, about 65 million, to earthquake repair. So that,
and we can do that at any time?
that is an option that is available to the board where this bond proposal fail in 2020.
Oh, okay. And then just a clarification question on the bottom of column 1, where you have the planning and design for 2022 deferred requirement projects. Are those, because I see design money for Inlet View at the top of column 1, and over on column 3, I see design work. You have amounts there for the design work for Wonder Park and Abbott Loop. So where does that one fit?
So through the president to Member Bellamy, what we are endeavoring to do with this, so we are asking the board to approve an amount of money for planning and design that is actually for the deferred maintenance on subsequent bond propositions. And what we think that allows us to do, when we put something on the ballot, it will have a design that will be at least 65% complete. So those numbers we'll be reasonably confident that those are pretty close to what
All right,
the
so it can really
cost
be
will
any of these items that are
Yes,
here.
ma'am,
Okay.
that's correct.
Okay. And then my last comment just had to do with making sure, I mean, the next meeting with the ad hoc committee is on the 22nd. And so I would like to, I just wanted to remind us of that because I think that process has to work its way through the process, I guess.
Ms. Hildy?
Are we going to have another time to discuss this bond before, if we are moving out the vote date? Is there?
There will be.
Are we going to have as a non-action at the next meeting? Are we going to do?
I think on our agenda, we have got our work session pretty full, but we could do this as another non-action item and discuss it. The only reason, it gives us another opportunity to discuss this. I mean, this is information that you've gotten. You might want to digest what we've discussed tonight before. But if we leave it as an action item, we certainly have that time to discuss it again. My only concern is we did kind of say in our ad hoc committee meeting that we would hope to come up with a resolution and that we could possibly postpone this, not promising anything, but that we would look at it. Yes.
And Madam President, no matter what the board has done, because the Jim's amortized and doing all that kind of good math stuff with our bond debt and the different scenarios of the debt reimbursement, we already have those 15 years out. If you provide, we want to see a course of action with this. We want to see a course of, we can provide, Jim guaranteed me that they could do the estimates on that pretty quickly with the bond debt, with new debt, with how much is retired. So those calculations, given your input about a new course of action we want to see, with given time, he can then have those presented with those dollar amounts that you'd like.
Ms. Vacalis?
So when the governor vetoed the bond debt reimbursement for last year, I think we're looking still at $16 million that we're talking with the city on. And so that is presumably going to roll over onto their, I don't know what they're going to do, but it has a very likely potential to roll over onto their tax bill for next year as well. So when you have 16 million plus a potential 80, people are already doing the math and adding up those increases in combination, even though that 16 million has nothing to do with today and what we need today.
True.
That still is a number that is going to hang out there and is still going to make a difference on their bottom line.
Ms. Hildy?
I guess I don't fully understand if it's under bonding, it's going to reduce their bill. So I guess if there's something I'm missing, I don't. But the question I had was earthquake. If we used like say the bond didn't pass and we're going to use money already approved on the current bond because bond council said we could use it for earthquake, does that mean pulling it from a project? It's not like we just have this money sitting out unallocated. It's because they said we could take money approved in that bond and use it for earthquake if needed, but it was assigned to something else.
So through the president to Member Hildy, yeah, I guess it's a bit hypothetical were the board to approve redirecting monies that were specific to projects on the 2019 bond proposition. Would we go back later and do those projects, and how would they be funded? How would they be paid for? The requirements certainly don't go away. We know that. So that would be a question I think that we would have to sort through and understand before making a decision to redirect monies to earthquake repairs, realizing that we're going to have to go back to the public potentially and ask for monies that were originally approved for a project that were taken to do earthquake repairs. Now again, you can factor in potential state and federal recovery and all that, but again, it's a risk.
So for clarification, Mr. Roth, when we talked about this, about reappropriating those monies that we had left over from different bonds, I thought that dollar amount was about 14 million, and I just heard you say 65 million.
No, Madam President, 65 million was the amount that was approved on the 2019 bond.
Oh,
Not-
okay,
not the
okay.
exact
That was my
number, but-
confusion. I just wanted to clear that up. Thank you. Mr. Donnelly?
President. So, Mr. Anderson? So, Jim, what I'm really interested in is the delta of the impact on property taxes between the retirement of the old bond dollar amount in the first 2 years of the plan versus new debt incurred by the expenditures in the first couple of years of the plan. Thank you.
And just to be clear with what Mrs. Vakela said, we do have to answer, and it's not really us, it's municipality, but that 16.4 million that is going to come back because the governor has vetoed that bond debt reimbursement that he promised 15 years ago. That is 16.4 million that the muni has to take care of. How they're going to do that, I mean, we really don't know, but they will look at that as a school. I mean, we're going to have to convince them that that is the governor's veto and it's a municipality responsibility, but however, it's going to fall on the taxpayer. Mr. Holloman.
As a point of clarification, I'm assuming all that debt is now our debt. I mean, there is no bond debt reimbursement, period. Not
Right.
historically, not currently. It's ours until things change, and at the moment, I don't see it happening.
But this was bond debt that was approved and moved forward, and then he took it back.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, so I don't understand why there would be a differential now. There was supposed to be a differential, but it's not happening. Yeah, I'm asking for clarification on your question.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Mr. Donnelly.
Yep.
There is a difference because the retired debt is was subsidized by state funds. Well, theoretically. It was, yeah. If it's completely gone or not, Jim, maybe you can.
As I read current statute, for 1 year and 1 year only, it was reduced by 50% for this fiscal year. All prior year, prior to 2015, unless vetoed in the future or changed by statute to eliminate, is still the state's responsibility. I think we're going to see it's a year after year after year decision for the next 3 years. And/or I think Tammy Wilson tried to put a bill through last year extending the sunset by 5 years, hoping that they wouldn't reduce state bond debt assistance. Of course, that didn't make it through the Senate, but right now it is a year-by-year thing. So everything 2014 back is still covered by state. So when we do a couple different courses of action, we'll take the next 2 to 3 years, for example, and say, what if it's 50% for the next 3 years? What would the impact be? What would it be if it was 0% for the next 3 years? What would the impact be? And try to give you a clearer picture, because I don't think there's been any indicator by the bills that have been passed through. None of them ever addressed past bond debt, only future.
Ms. Hilding.
And I'll just add, it's probably my last comment, I think, but, you know, the big picture of this is, I would like us to dig out deferred maintenance. I want all the kids to have nice, clean schools to go into, and I don't like pushing it off more. I know that there are some people in our community who get really nervous about these numbers, but I think it's a fiscally prudent plan to do larger projects over multi-year in a way that is not incurring, it is balanced out with the debt retirement. I think we should even go more, because we will not dig out if we do not do that. We see these large projects waiting, and I talk to a lot of people who, in fact, like, my kids go to a really nice school, and I want other kids to go to nice schools too. And that sentiment I also hear from voters and taxpayers, and I want to make sure we're, you know, representing everybody's views, but most importantly, what's best for kids and what's equitable for kids.
So what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, but we will continue this conversation on next school board meeting as a non-agenda item. And what I would task board members with is to come back with what do we want to move forward with? What is the dollar amount you're recommending? And do we want to move forward with the 2-year bonds? And I think that will be the questions that we need to answer at our next meeting to be able to vote on it by the middle of November. Because we will be running out of time at that time. Anything different or anything anyone would like to add? Okay. On my agenda. So at this time, do what? Right. So we're keeping this on our agenda, the prioritization of board requests for information for RFI. And I think that I had, as I found my sheet of paper. What did I do with it, Katie?
You would ask for an alternate schools, or I'm sorry, an organizational chart showing lost positions.
Right. I had asked Jim to continue with that chart that he does showing what services or staffing that we've lost to continue that on. If I think that would be important in looking at our budget. And yes, Ms. Hildy.
He said he's already doing it during
Okay.
the financial, so I think this can just go down.
I think your original ask was for an actual, what was when we were doing the organizational chart discussion.
Oh,
So-
no. The other thing that I did notate on my sheet, which I can't find now, is we have incorporated, and I know the district's looking at this, but we've incorporated a lot of programs, and I know that we are revisiting those programs to see what is beneficial and what isn't. But I haven't really got a firm grip on what programs we have implemented and what the cost of those have been. And I don't know if the district is planning on coming back with a recommendation on these programs and of ones that we feel like maybe we don't want to continue with. But I don't have a good understanding of what we've spent so far on the different programs we have in our school district. And I don't know how other board members feel about that.
Madam President, just clarity on programs. One of the presentations, if you're, we have a gifted program. We have a music program. We have totaled those total costs for you. I'm not exactly sure what other type of thing you're.
So I think I'm talking about things that we bring into the district, such as capturing kids' hearts, SEL. I really don't know the cost of those. I know that they're beneficial to us, but I don't know the cost, and I don't know what other things we brought in for training that we're using. And
Would you? We could provide some of those. I mean, those are approved if they're over a certain amount of money. You approve them, but those are that you mentioned are primarily grants.
Okay.
So, would you like grants as well, or
no? If they're primarily grants, I don't really care. When I'm thinking about
like your core curriculum is programs,
Right.
your programmatically is really your materials as well as your staffing in a certain program. So we could provide our music program, what it entails, not only teaching, but the presentations, or our mathematics program. This is what it is. Yeah.
Let me think about my question a little more.
Because those total amounts are what we put on that one sheet about the total, everything that we do in the area of this costs this much money in sports, our sports program.
Right.
So we would really need to know specifically those other things.
Yeah,
that-
let me think
Okay.
about my question a little more. Ms. Hildy.
I think that might get captured as the Dr. Bishop starts working with teachers and principals and saying, what can we do more efficiently? I think they might identify some of the things that you're maybe thinking of, and it might just come out through that process. I I don't know, but
Yeah,
that's
I
what
need
made
to
me
think
of
about
it
my
first.
question a little more. So thank you. Are there any other? Okay. Any new business? Mr. Donnelly?
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, tonight's assembly meeting, which is going on, same time we're meeting, members Constant and Quinn Davis, one of the matters they brought forth on the agenda tonight is an ordinance, municipal ordinance, that would define responsible bidders on contracts for construction projects with the municipality of Anchorage. And I think it's a pretty good idea, and I'd like to see our board consider some sort of parallel policy to parallel this proposed municipal ordinance. It would just be, I would like to see it start, to get some sort of thought through the governance process. I have a copy of it here. It's an ordinance that defines what a responsible bidder is for municipal contractors. It's the concept of, if you've got a contract, you want to use contractors that have a proven track record of fairness, both and responsibility, both financially and to safety in the job place and to fair wage practices. So it combines all that into an assessment of, an example is if you had a particular contractor that had a record of really bad safety record and also are a record of not being financially responsible, is that who you really want to be doing business with? And so that's before the assembly tonight, and they've been working on this for over a year, I know, to get to this point. And it's something that I think really merits consideration by the school district also.
We can put that on new business, but I'd also like to get information, maybe the school district can provide us with some information of what we already do, and we could get that information at the next governance committee meeting. Yeah. All right, any other new business? All right, any comments from staff, administration? I'm always hoping one of you guys will say something over there. Board members? Mr. Holloman.
I did have a chance to attend the presentation by Decoding Dyslexia. And it's about an hour, maybe a little longer. And being an educator, I've read about it. I've had students that are identified that way. I've had children and friends identified that way. What the exercise tries to do is really let you feel the stress a dyslexic student feels in the classroom. So I can't really say it's a lot of fun. It actually is difficult and kind of frustrating to sit through, but it does give you a great deal of empathy for what students face on just a normal day in class. This is what school looks like to a kid who struggles to look at a word and understand it in the same way we do. So I would urge board members, if you get the chance to attend, it's free. They're doing a number of them. It gives you an appreciation for what a lot of our students struggle with.
Ms. Mitchell.
I was just going to say, I think the dyslexia group has a Facebook page where they list the times and dates, don't they? If people are interested in doing that. Just decoding it, yeah.
And I have missed a very important part of the meeting, and that is the final public testimony. So if you have testified before, we ask that you don't testify again on the same subject, but if you haven't testified, please come forward. State your name, please.
I'm Sharon Holland. I am the librarian at Aquarian Charter School, and I wasn't going to speak this evening, but one of my first grade math students didn't get a chance to speak before bedtime, and I told him I would tell you what he wanted to say. It's pretty short. He's in first grade. Hello, everybody. I'm Gianni Turlingtakis. I'm 6 years old, and I go to Aquarian Charter School. I promise to give all the money in my piggy bank to fix my school if the school board will agree to also invest the rest. Evidently, he's got a big piggy bank. I really, really, really love my school and the teachers and want to see it here for many, many, many years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And tell him we thank him also.
I will. I'll see him in the morning.
Okay. Hello.
Hello, my name is Brian Brubaker.
Could you spell that, please? Oh, Brian, you were on our list earlier.
I was on
Okay,
the list
yeah.
earlier. It's really hard to follow Miss Sharon, the librarian. She taught my daughter second grade math. My daughter is Emily, and she's my only child and very special to us. And I'm also an alum of Bartlett High School and a product of Anchorage School District. She's a student of Anchorage School District. She's taught by staff of Anchorage School District. She goes to school in the building of Anchorage School District, and it does need some help, so please help us. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to say as a last comment, I think, I don't even know who I got it from, but I got a text. There's a student at Aquarium that's making birdhouses, and I think I purchased 2 of them. So I don't know how I'm getting them or how I'm paying, but I said I'd buy 2 of them. So with that, we are adjourned.